Good morning, everybody, and good morning, Sailor Nation Sports. I'm Nick Davros along with Joe Kanukin, the Godfather, Kim and the Eye in the Sky Cotis, and we are blessed to have Steve Swanker again this year as a color analyst. Steve, good morning and welcome.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with the crew today.
We are going to have their national anthem. We'll be right back. Boy, I tell you what a great rendition that was.
That was pretty good.
Man, that was wonderful. Again, we want to welcome everybody here to Sailor Nation Sports. Good morning, my friend. We have a rare treat today, and I believe this is our first doubleheader.
Yes, it's a doubleheader day.
It's a doubleheader day here on Sailor Nation Sports this morning. We're live streaming some wrestling, the Mona Shores Quad. And this afternoon, starting at 3 o'clock, it's Mona Shores Competitive Cheer holding their annual invitational.
3 o'clock.
Yeah, at 3 o'clock. Yeah, okay, at 3 o'clock. But this morning it's wrestling. And as this season progresses now, we're coming to the end of the wrestling season here. Sailors have one more that is Grand Haven before the tournament starts. But I want to welcome our dear friend Steve Swanker, guest color analyst. And Steve, Mona Shores Wrestling, Coach Patrick LeMay. Fill us in a little bit about Mona Shores Wrestling so far this year. What do you got for me, buddy?
You know, I would say that I think the numbers are steadily moving up. You know, we're getting closer to a full roster. We're not there yet. But, it starts in the youth program. It starts with the middle school. So I think we're going in the right direction. We're not there yet, but we're working on it.
Well,
you got to start somewhere.
Well, right. Yep. And you shared some good news that your son Robbie is coaching a little bit right now. How excited are you that?
My son is a middle school coach. He is the assistant coach at the middle school.
That's pretty cool.
Yep, it runs in the blood, it looks like, right there.
We're off to our first match.
Our first match here. We've got two mats, one on the west end and one on the east end here. So we've got Cooperville, we've got Shores, we've got Ludington, and I'm not sure who the other team is. Coach Swanker trying to get a roster for us right here.
The score is 4-0. We started off at, which weight is this, Joe?
I do not have a schedule.
We don't have a
I'm
schedule,
working on it right now.
And they don't put the weights up there. I would hope they put, where the player foul what weight class we were doing at each end. We'll see if we can get that done for us. We've got a match going now on the East mat.
Yeah, Mona Shores versus Ludington, the first match for Mona Shores.
All right, and so then this is Coopersville versus Cedar Springs.
Yes.
Is on the East mat right now. So we've got 2 mats going.
44 seconds left in the first period. We're down 4-0. Trying to get that escape.
And this is what you bring right here, all this verbiage and terminology. That's why you'll always be with us.
Always.
Yeah.
Whether in spirit or actual.
Well, yeah, but his manager, his manager, has stepped up his game to compensate what Steve wants.
He got that cradle hooked in pretty good.
There we go.
Got no back points.
But we got a little escape there.
No back points. That's good. And one thing you're going to find out about this Mona Shores wrestling team is they're not going to quit. They're not going to stop.
No. Score still 4-0. We're down to 5 seconds remaining.
Get that late point. Get your escape. Nope, he didn't get it. End of the first, we're down 4-0. Josiah's down 4-0.
How many periods in wrestling?
3. 3 2-minute periods. It's an exciting time of year, Joe. You got the NCAA starting up here.
Yep, yeah, we absolutely do.
They had a Big Ten tournament last week, which dominates the national wrestling
Sunday
scene.
tomorrow, where we get to find out the bracketology on that.
I'm talking wrestling.
Yeah,
the real tournament starts.
The real tournaments. I got it.
Is Iowa still the perennial power of the Big Ten?
Iowa is very good this year.
They always
Thank
have
you,
been.
Coach.
God, they have always been.
Thank you.
They've always been.
Well, it's really been dominated by Penn State for the last 10 years.
Has it really?
Oh, Penn State's by far.
And it's funny, the Big Ten in wrestling, the Big Ten in women's volleyball is huge. Penn State, Nebraska, and in I mean, God, what doesn't the Big Ten do?
Well, the football we're lacking. We've got pretty much one team that dominates the Big Ten, and then after that it kind of slows down, right, Joe?
Big time.
It's going to change. I feel like wins
Michigan
of
State
change
could be an
are
up-and-comer. Rutgers.
Maryland
right up there with the bunch.
This is Josiah O'Brien. I believe he's a senior, and he is wrestling at 145.
We're down to 120 remaining in the second period. It's the second of 3 periods. Over here, it's 0-0 with Coopersville and Cedar Springs on the East mat. Steve Swinker, guest color analyst. Got guest color analyst.
1 minute left, and just can't get up, get his escape.
No.
Got a pretty good hold on the. We're trying to work that cradle again.
Coach LeMay, how many years has he been with us now at wrestling as head coach? Is this
his fifth?
This is his fifth year right now? Yeah, okay. All right.
Oh. Got some back points going. It doesn't look good. And then Josiah gave it his all, but it looked, he's going to end up getting pinned. Next up, we have the junior Jake Mole. We got a couple of interesting facts about Jake before he starts for his battle.
Who's the assistant next to? I don't know. Coach LeMay's got a.
Jake is a junior, and he is wrestling. He's going to wrestle. He's weighed in at 52 and 60. His favorite food. What do you think his favorite food is?
It's got to be lasagna.
Pizza.
Steak.
Oh. Steak. Yeah, he's a wrestler.
Yep.
yeah, he wants all that protein, lean.
Jake is. They don't come very hard worker. Jake is extremely hard worker. 2-point takedown for Jake.
Tried to get Jake to play football last year for me, and he had a heck of a freshman year, but he wanted to concentrate on wrestling. Well, we're gonna. Boy, Jake looks good though, doesn't he?
Jake's puts in the work.
Yeah. Oh, without a question.
Jake will not be outworked.
Jake up 2-0 here 1:28 remaining in his first period. Third period.
Oh, got him on his own. Nope.
5-0 over Coopersville and Cedar Springs on the east mat. Mona Shores and Ludington on the west mat.
Jake's favorite class in school. Any guess?
Science.
Math.
Choir.
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 Look at that.
Great performing arts pro. He's got some back points, and it's a pin for
And
Jake
a nice
Moll.
pin for Jake Moll.
Say the same thing.
The ref or the official used to pick up the hand of the winner. Now he just raises, and the participant just raises his hands up instead of the official touching him.
And what I've also seen is that they have a whistle in their hand. They press a button, and there's a whistle.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Some of our football coaches had those now where they're not blowing it.
Well, that
Wow,
makes
yeah.
sense with the whole mask stuff. You almost
Oh, yeah, right. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, I can't put it.
And we've got the senior, Brendan Claycomb.
Oh.
Another one of the Coach LeMay's workers. Going to go for that ankle pick as he has in the past.
Coach Winker do most of the wrestlers, and I'll just say ours,
There we
have
go.
that
2 point.
signature move that they go to, like a go-to move, or is it based on what their opponent is doing?
You know, a little of both, Coach. You know, I mean, I think you got a kid that knows what he wants to do, and if it's there, he's taking it.
Oh, yeah,
he's
absolutely.
there, he's
Absolutely,
taking it.
yeah. Yeah. For instance, now Robbie wrestled. Did Robbie have a go-to move or anything, or a favorite move?
Robbie did have a signature move, and
Yeah.
he used it. He was a cradle kid.
Oh, was he?
He
Okay.
likes to get kids in the cradle, and that's what he's doing right now at the middle school level.
Yeah.
It's going to be a cradle program moving on forward.
Yes, it is. And then as these middle school kids become high school kids, they're going to have that swanker branding embedded in them.
They are.
Yep, right.
They are.
Yep.
Good
Trained
or
by
bad.
Robbie
Good or
Swanker.
bad. That's
Well,
the
I
way
think it's all going to be good. I think it'll be good because trained by Robbie Swanker,
Yeah.
son of Stevie Swanker.
Oh,
Oh, we got a
Coming to
potential pin right here.
Yep. Got
Gonna
some
put
back
the pin,
points.
slap that hand. Bam!
Boom,
there
pin.
it goes.
pin for the senior.
Another pin. Back-to-back pins for the Sailors.
Got
Gonna
some
put the
back
pin,
points.
slap that hand. Bam!
Boom,
there
pin.
it goes.
Pin for the senior. Brendan, his favorite food, chicken Alfredo.
Ooh.
Who doesn't like that? And his favorite athlete is Spencer Lee from Iowa,
Ah,
who is on the fast pack to make another national championship run.
Wow.
you know, going back to the Iowa, I think we talked, was it not last year, but the year before when we were here doing, I think it was the center mat with the light and under
Oh,
the
yeah.
lights kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
We were talking about Iowa back then, and they never
Yeah.
let up on their
No,
wrestlers down there.
no. Was Dan Gable the head coach for a long time there?
I think so.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, look at me bringing in my wrestling knowledge of the Big Ten. Yeah, certain programs are just known. You know, Lowland High School at their level is the perennial program year in and year out.
It's funny though, if you watch any college wrestling and you watch Michigan wrestle, Detroit Catholic Central is their pipeline to University of Michigan's wrestling program.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, DCC, the all-boys school, boy,
Yeah.
I'll tell you. But you're right in that aspect.
If my sheet's correct, we got Peyton Peterson at 170.
What grade is Peyton in? Does it say?
It does not say.
Oh. So we've seen a junior, we've seen a senior, 2 juniors and a senior. Okay.
Yep.
Because you worry about your graduating class, you know, are we going to have more? Is there a JV program this year then at Shores? Is there JV
It's
wrestling?
full. It's really, you wrestle JV matches, but it's one room.
Oh, it's
one,
just
it's one wrestling
I got you.
room.
Okay, good. Just in case people wanted to know. So freshman, JV, varsity are all pulled together, and then they branch off.
Yeah,
into-
and there's no saying that
yeah.
you could be a freshman wrestling varsity. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, we had that in football this year. We had a freshman starting on the
Unbelievable.
yeah.
A school is. Well, we got.
But he was a big boy.
We're gonna see how he fights off his back, and it's so important in wrestling is how you fight off your back.
Yep.
And
he didn't fight out hard enough.
nope. And you know what?
It's tough. It's tough when you're down there, isn't it?
Everybody gets beat. You just.
Boy, that kid's long and lanky too. For Ludington.
Okay, next up at 189, we've got the junior Cameron McGinley.
Oh, my boy Cameron. What a great kid.
Oh, he is.
Just a wonderful kid. Well, I wish he would have played football this year, but he just wants to concentrate on wrestling. Good for him.
Yeah.
And his brother Connor's on the bowling team.
Oh, he is good.
He is, and he's a wonderful bowler.
But Cam's brother, other brother is on the wrestling team, and he's a freshman.
Oh, okay.
You know, Steve, we were talking about fighting off your back like that, and the reason that is the tremendous amount of leg and body strength and manipulation that you learn. You don't learn how to overpower somebody as much as you do to use your power through technique.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the things that we've always talked about whenever we broadcast wrestling, how much of an advantage wrestlers tend to bring into sports like football and baseball and that kind of stuff because of the movements of your body that you're strengthening. It's more of a technique than it is a power. Then you add the power to it. It's almost unstoppable when you get that going.
Well, you look at the sport of wrestling right now, and we're blessed to be able to live stream that this week, but you're always thinking, whether offensively or defensively, you're always thinking right because if he does this, what am I going to do? All right, he did this. Now, how am I going to counteract what he did? And there's a lot of mental aspects to to the sport of wrestling.
And Coach, you'll appreciate this with the defensive lineman. You're gonna, when you're a defensive lineman, you don't want the offensive lineman to get his hands on you.
Right.
And once that is, and it's the hand fighting.
Right, yeah.
It's the hand fighting that was just so important.
And we push a lot of our football players, hey, if you're not doing basketball, if you're not doing this, get into wrestling.
Yep.
I try to work with Coach LeMay to get our kids to wrestle. And Coach LeMay's been very, we've been blessed to have him with the varsity program, to help us out a little bit with filming and stuff. Consequently, hey, I'll try to get you wrestlers.
Like I said, this is Cam McGinley, and he is a junior wrestling 189.
Wow, he's put on some weight.
Yeah, he's a big kid.
Yeah.
His favorite food is pepperoni pizza.
That's what.
Ooh, now he's got.
Oh, what is that move?
Yeah, he's got a really good, or he had, a good lock on the leg. And again, one of the things, and correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, I literally wrestled for like 2 practices in middle school.
Well, I was going to say, it sounds like you wrestled.
Just enough. Well, I had cousins that were wrestlers.
Oh, okay.
But is there some advantage to or technique? They're not doing it right now, but he had his leg locked around the other one.
Yeah, I saw that too.
You take one limb away like that from somebody to be able to use from a technique or balance perspective. How much of an advantage does that give a wrestler by being able to lock up an arm or a leg like that?
Oh, it's a huge advantage, especially with the leg. If you got the leg up in the air, what happens? Your shoulders go to the ground.
Right.
And in wrestling, that's not where you want to be.
No.
Got Cam down 5-0.
How long have you been involved with wrestling? Were you a wrestler in high school?
No, I was not. It's just strictly with my son. He started like 4th, 5th grade, and
wow, just worked your way up.
All the way to his senior year. It's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and I mean that.
Oh, I bet.
You haven't lived until you've been to a My Way Wrestling program tournament on a Sunday.
Oh,
that is. It should be on everybody's bucket. It should be on everybody's bucket
yeah,
list.
absolutely. It should be, yeah. Well, let me put it on mine right now, okay?
It's like NASCAR on steroids.
Yep.
It is so. It's
really.
Yeah, you can be there for.
Is that all high school?
No, it's youth.
It's all youth.
It's all youth,
I
yeah.
got you.
Up to
Score
eighth grade.
7-1 in favor of Ludington. We're down to 50 seconds remaining here in period number 2. And over here on the east, Matt, Coopersville and Cedar Spring, it's 9-6.
Oh, see, Joe, that's the one thing he slipped.
Yep.
He was he had the momentum going. It was going to reach the top.
Oh, here comes
And,
a
yeah.
potential pin coming right now.
Yep. Pulled out
Trying to-
as of
trying
right
to hold
now.
off if he can. Oh, he
We get
does. Yep, avoids
3
the
back
pin.
points.
One of the things I do know about wrestlers, though, is that the frequency of separated shoulders is very high.
Right.
I know that only because of the friends that I have that are wrestlers. They are pretty much in tune to being able to put their own shoulders back into socket because they come out of socket so much.
Scores 12
Yeah,
to
you
12.
hope you don't see that, but it can happen for sure.
Kind of, it's escaping because the time ran out. Boy, saved on the getting pinned.
Cam's got to be thinking, I've got to pin to win because he's down big.
No, it's 12.
12 all.
It's 12. You can only see the
That's
two.
a
The
Oh, no,
score.
15-1.
Oh, I'm sorry,
That's the
15-1.
team
Oh,
score.
yeah, that's a team score, right. 15-1, yeah, pin to win for sure.
Yeah, he's.
Looks like a potential pin coming here.
Yeah, I'm thinking Cam Drew, pretty experienced wrestler, and
Yeah, there you got pin.
yeah,
Yep, tough. He had to struggle to
I always say
survive.
that you get to these weights, you're going to be wrestling men. You're going to be wrestling a grown man at 189 pounds. It's a big kid.
Yeah. Oh, no, you're right, brother. He's a good-looking young man. So what weight class is next then after 189?
We're going to go 215 with Ezra Purple.
Ezra.
The problem with Ezra, though, is he's wrestling 215, but he only weighs 202 pounds. So I seen Ezra's mom, his stepdad, and his grandparents are here, and I'm sure his dad's around here somewhere rooting on Ezra.
Ezra is a junior this year.
The biggest heart on the team.
Oh,
No quit.
no quit. He's a leader. He's polite.
Take down for Ludington.
Yeah, he's everything embedded in a young man that you want, really. All the
for
wonderful.
sure.
Yeah. Went to school with his grandfather, Brian. Brian graduated a year behind me from Muskegon back in the day.
I think wrestling, it builds character. Because not very often do you win.
No.
Everybody wins every match. It happens.
You know, it's one of the few team sports where you're an individual out there at that time. You know, you're fighting
Right.
for the team, but it's man versus man out there.
And there's nobody out there.
No, there's
out
nobody
there
to
but
help
you.
you. And your coach is on the sideline yelling, but you're trying to listen to the coach, but still survive on the mat.
Exactly. Ezra's got to get to his base. He's got to get to his base, get up, and get something moving offensively.
2-0 in favor of Ludington.
Yes.
Laying flat like that is a defensive position to be able to,
Yeah.
I guess, plan your next move, but you can't stay there, correct?
And pretty soon you're
Ludington
flat on
with
your
the pin.
belly, then he rolls you over on your back and turns into a pin, unfortunately. But you're right. It's man versus boys sometimes in this situation.
Yeah, and it happens.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Look like we're going to have some voids here. Wait a minute now.
Now, you bring up a question, and I'm going to ask you, our resident expert. If you don't have a participant in a specific weight class, you have to forfeit that weight class, correct?
Yep, 6 points.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, it looks like
Boy, that's tough. 6 points right away. I mean, you're down, and Okay, so fill us in here now. We got
This looks like a heavyweight, and I hate to say it, but I'm unfamiliar with the wrestler. I
no.
know
He's
I
got good
believe,
size though.
I believe he's a transfer from Catholic.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think this might be his first year wrestling, first or second year wrestling.
Well, he's a nice sized looking kid.
Oh, he's a great size kid.
He's just playing football. Yeah.
I think he might have been a kid that said, you know what, I might try to wrestle, and
Yeah.
went up to the room, and wow, this is hard.
Oh,
2 points
it's-
for Ludington. This will be the heavyweight. With a size advantage, definitely for Ludington.
Oh yeah. And it looks like somewhat experience wise too a little
Yeah,
bit.
I
mean,
young
you could
man's
tell
been
just by
he's
watching
been
Coach, a
wrestling
little
for
bit.
a while, for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
For sure.
I'd like to join all of you that are watching from the John Vandervelde Nexus Realty broadcast booth here at the Sailor.
2 back points.
They had that
Sailor
one move, where he tied up the one leg that you were talking about, Joe, just a little bit ago.
Now, right here again, he's tying up his arm. So
Yeah, oh,
with
yeah.
his arm behind him like that, there's no way you can get it.
No.
The 3 points, you literally only have
You only got
your
your-
legs to be
Yeah.
able
right,
to work
exactly,
this out.
right.
And it's a
And he
pin for
gets
Ludington.
pinned, and eventually, the weight of the body on you can only fight for so long.
Yep, absolutely.
You know,
But Steve, I think you mentioned what a developmental sport this is. Not just from a physical perspective, but from a mental perspective, because you always constantly have to be thinking, what am I going to do next?
Right.
And then you fight back from adversity.
Right.
Sometimes you try to maintain your position over your opponent. It's just a constant from the whistle to whistle. It's a mental,
Oh.
physical developing sport.
No, it definitely builds character.
Good shot of
Good
shot of Kimmin down there on the sidelines, the side mat, getting our shot down there from Connor. Thank you, Connor.
And I think it's a sport that can stick with you the rest of your life. It teaches you things that other sports just can't do. You've got to survive.
It was interesting. I thought the same thing about football as well. There are so many lessons out of football that I've been able to utilize throughout my entire life as well, from team to individual responsibility and perspective. And I think wrestling, you're right, Steve, probably has that, if not more, of a lesson to teach.
Absolutely, Joe, absolutely. So it looks like we got some featherweights out here, Coach Swinker.
Anthony Cage from Mona Shores. I believe he's a freshman.
Okay.
And the future is extremely bright for this young man. Extremely bright for this young man. I've been told that he doesn't say 3 words in practice. He just
Works.
The worker.
comes, does his job, and goes home.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's doing his job right here. We got a potential pin coming really
Got
fast.
some back points going. He'll get 3 back points here.
Got to get that hand out of the way right there a little bit so he
And
get
the
those
body
shoulders
roll.
Got
down.
it.
He's wearing on him. There he goes. Now he's got that hand out of the way right there for the potential pin. Slap that hand, official. Let's get a pin here.
It's about done.
We got 1:05 remaining in this period. Should be able to get the pin.
Now, do you
No, he's
give
got
up
his
on
shoulder
this?
way up too high.
Yeah,
He's got-
right. He's got that right shoulder up too high.
There you
He's
go.
got to roll him over
There you
now,
go.
and there's
There
the
it is.
pin right there. Boy, what a nice,
Let's
what
take a
a
look
nice
at
match.
that final. Now, do you
No, he's
give
got
up
his
on
shoulder
this?
way up too high. He's
Yeah,
got-
right. He's got that right shoulder up too high.
There you
He's
go.
got to
There
roll
you-
him over
there you
now,
go.
and there.
He was able to get that shoulder down far. Nice job. I tell you what, you're right, Steve. He went out there and made short
Oh
business of
yeah,
that.
he
Yeah.
did. This kid is
And
focused.
It looks like we're missing the phenom that I talked about last year. Is Gavin Stout? I don't know where Gavin is right now. He must have something going on. But Gavin is having a tremendous year as a sophomore.
That's right.
Yeah,
He's not here today.
it doesn't look like he's here today.
Oh,
With COVID, everything changes. The whole world has changed. So it's funny that we talked about, building character. And I can remember in middle school there was a coach that he said he wrestled in high school, joined the military, was a military policeman, and he said, "I'll never forget it. Wrestling has saved my life more than once in the military."
Really?
Wow, that's impressive.
Wow,
Yep.
that's pretty profound. Man.
Lessons you can take pretty much anywhere you go in life.
Yep.
Looks like we got another fourth.
Another void, yep.
I will say this, Steve. You know, if you think about it, just from my perspective, as much groundwork as what we do as firefighters with crawling through houses and everything else, the same could be said from that perspective as well.
Oh, for sure.
You know, and you talk about wrestling as being primarily a groundwork type sport. You do stand every once in a while, but once you're on that ground, there's heavy, tremendous amount of groundwork, and that's
So what's
Right.
going on right here now, Steve? All of our players have gathered. Is
Well,
this
they
the
don't
end of the
walk
squad?
across the mat and shake hands. And this is done.
Is this a COVID thing right now?
Yeah, we're done. We
Okay.
don't have any more wrestlers
Right.
in the weight. You know.
Okay.
So now we're gonna do some JV matches,
Oh,
which
okay.
is great learning. They're in front of their family, their friends.
Okay.
This only helps.
Now these JV matches, are there going to be different kids than wrestling, or will
Yeah,
we
I
see
don't think anybody that
wrestled in this
on-
varsity?
No.
Okay, so with that said, then why would you put them in a JV versus rotating up like we taught pre-show? Just throw them in this varsity right here.
Well, you know, I think of a lot of these kids is that it's confidence. You know,
Sure.
if I put you in the varsity lineup and you're wrestling a 3-time state qualifier,
That's
that's
not gonna
probably
be very
not going to
long.
end very well for you.
Yeah, right.
And that might put you back mentally
Sure.
a
Yeah,
month.
Great point.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
getting this close to the playoffs with districts coming up, you want to go in confident.
Oh, absolutely. And plus, you know, if you go out there and you're pinned within the first 30 or 45 seconds, what have you learned? Well,
You
I'm
get
not
much
very good
chance.
right now, and you're
Nothing.
right.
Yeah. And I know Coach LeMay is definitely on the, you know, he's cautious with that too.
Good
He
for him.
doesn't want to send an inexperienced wrestler out there.
No.
This is Emilio. This is his second year ever playing a sport. So last year was his first year. In the world of difference he has made from his first day of practice last year to today is just amazing.
So, Steve, with this being a quad, when we get through the JV on this, is there a swap of teams then, and we do this all over again?
Yeah,
or is-
we'll start right over.
Okay. And how many of the teams will we wrestle against today that are here?
We'll wrestle 3 times.
Okay. All right.
We'll wrestle everybody.
Oh, okay.
It has been in the past where Saturdays you were in Lansing, you were in Grand Rapids, you were
Gotcha.
in Kalamazoo with a 20-team tournament. With COVID, this is what they've decided that they're going to do.
Oh, okay.
And kids are still getting mat time, so.
You know, you look at the spectator here. I'm assuming that it's 2 or 3 spectators per athlete.
Yep.
I believe it is, yeah.
Yeah, just
Still
like
a nice crowd.
Oh, it's a nice crowd. We
Very
had a
nice
nice crowd for our hockey. I'm sure we'll have a great crowd for a competitive cheer coming along at 3 o'clock this afternoon, buddy.
Where's that
double-
at, guys?
Right here.
It's right here.
Wow.
A rare. This is our first double header that we've had in Sailor Nation Sports, which will be fun. And we're going to have Shelly Dykstra. Will be taking your spot.
Great.
Yeah, she does a wonderful job.
You
as
wanted to come
performance-
back and throw your 2 cents in?
Well,
on-
I was
on
thinking maybe
your
because I have
expertise?
done some research on some competitive cheer.
Well, you know what? We'd love to have you back. There's nothing wrong with, doubling up on our color analysts, is there, Joe?
No,
because
absolutely not.
what do we know about it?
Throw one more
But I am going to
microphone
go
on.
home. I'm going to try to watch some of the Big Ten tournament today.
Well, we may have my daughter Angelina then take your spot in case you're not here. I've got a backup plan already.
Oh, of course you do.
Yeah, well, I'd like to be on
And
top
again,
of
I
it.
am here with the legend. I'm here
Well,
with
The
he's
legend.
40-plus years of coaching football.
Yeah, look at that. It's
He's
just-
in the JV Hall of Fame,
Yeah.
JV
I-
Football Hall of Fame. It's
Yeah.
a pleasure. The legend.
The legend that he
The legend
The
Nick
legend in
Ambrose.
my own mind.
No,
Yeah,
I-
that's it exactly.
Why don't we, with a little bit of a break in? Oh, I'm sorry, we're coming. Are we coming back now?
Well, I don't know.
A little bit
No,
of break
I
in the action. Why don't we take a quick break?
Okay, sounds
we'll
good.
Come right back.
All right.
Looking to buy or sell? Look no further than our broadcast booth sponsor, John Vandervelde at Nexus Realty. Give him a call at 231-759-3634 or go see him at 880 West Broadway Avenue in Muskegon. Nexus Realty, team-based real estate professionals.
All the protection you need, nothing you don't. At Lake Michigan Insurance Agency, save on the insurance you need and stop paying for the insurance you don't need. Trust our experts to find the perfect amount of coverage for you, making sure you're covered when you need it and how you need it. But the savings don't stop there. We also shop over 16 insurance providers, industry leaders like Citizens and Frankenmuth Insurance, to make sure you get the highest quality coverage at the lowest possible rate. In Muskegon County, trust Ryan Rozecki to start a quote for you today. Visit Ryan at our Norton Avenue office in the Park Place Shopping Center near Goodwill and Pints and Courts Restaurant, or visit lmc.org/insurance to get started.
The Sailor Nation Sports Network would like to announce the first ever Pinnacle of Pride sponsor, the Sailor Classic. The Sailor Classic is a golf outing fundraiser created in 1990 and focuses on ways to enhance both the student athletes and the true fans' ability to experience all that Mona Shores has to offer. The Sailor Classic has provided a multitude of areas of financial support for athletics throughout the Mona Shores school system. In 2001, a foundation was created under the Sailor Classic to fund scholarships for qualifying student athletes. That fund has since grown to over $150,000 and has helped several students-athletes begin their college endeavors. The Sailor Classic is held every summer. For anyone interested in either becoming a sponsor in the Classic or simply participating, please see the Sailor Classic Facebook page for the most up-to-date information. Thank you, Sailor Classic, for your generosity and support of our Sailor Nation Sports Network as the very first Pinnacle of Pride sponsor.
Want to welcome everyone back. Good morning, Sailor Nation Sports. And you say, good morning, what are the boys doing up so early? Well, we're live streaming a little wrestling this morning here at the eighth wonder of the world, the Sailor Center, here on the beautiful campus of Mona Shores High School. Joe, the Godfather Kanukin, Kimmer, the best in the business, on the side with the camera. We've got Connor Fritz over here in the mini crow's nest, but today we're blessed with a color analyst like no other. The legendary Steve Swanker is with us. Stevie, good morning, buddy.
Good morning, gentlemen. But I'm the one that's blessed. Like I said, I'm so lucky to be sitting next to a legend. Whether it's wrestling, swimming, or of course football, he wrote the book on most football.
Yeah, pretty much all of that.
And as you guys can see over here, Connor is taking a look at us.
Oh, there's Connor
the,
right
Lake
over
Michigan
here.
Insurance.
Want to say everything over there?
I'm sorry, the John Vandervelde Nexus Realty broadcast booth here. And I tell you, it's nice to have Connor being able to be here and help out with the camera angles today. I think we might only have one angle this afternoon. I'm not sure we got more than that, but
yeah. Well, Kim and the best in the business is right down there. Matt's side, as we say, we got Connor way up here, and Johnny busy at work doing what his is. Noah is home, but studying still as well from the University of Michigan.
He is, yeah.
And his school year gets done early because no colleges are taking spring breaks
That's
this
correct.
year.
He'll be done about almost 4 weeks into April. He'll be done. So.
Yeah, Angelina will be done real soon. Robbie's got to be done pretty soon then this coming spring.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So right now we are watching everybody but Mona Shores out on the floor right now. We've got Cedar Springs, Coopersville on both mats wrestling right now. We're at the quad here at the Sailor Center. So you and I were talking along with Joe. It's a numbers things with wrestling. And I say numbers because there are a certain number of weight classes. And if you don't have a participant in a weight class, you have to forfeit that weight class. That's 6 points. That's a lot of points you're giving up for not even wrestling. And so in order to get number, how do you sell the wrestling program to kids out there, Joe? I mean, how do you get numbers? You were talking about, there are only 9 kids at the middle school. That's not going to help the high school. How do you sell wrestling at a young age to kids?
Well, I think the biggest thing with the young kids is you have to make it fun. You have to make it fun, and then once you get to the varsity level is when the real work begins. Not that you're not working hard in middle school and
right.
But it has to be fun, and you've got to pick your spots. You got to make sure that you're going against it. You can't always pick who you wrestle, but it's a confidence thing. I've said that from day one. With my own experiences, that you have to be confident in going out there and getting your face mopped around that mat every Saturday, Sunday for years is frustrating, and you just got to keep it. You got to make it fun at the younger levels.
No, exactly. Now my second son, Christopher, wrestled a year, and he had fun, but he was football, basketball, and baseball. He ended up here at Shores. I was football, basketball, and track. So it's got to be fun. It's got to be fun. You said you wrestled for a very short period of time.
Like 2 practices
down
in middle school. Yeah, 2 practices.
But what turned you off to it?
You know what? It just wasn't. I loved football. I played baseball. Those were my 2 primary sports all the way through middle school and high school. Wrestling just wasn't there.
No.
I don't know.
And it wasn't there for me. I couldn't be a mat rat. It's a different game. It's a mental game, number one, whether you're offensively or defensively. It's keeping a certain weight class, that. Now, Robbie, did Robbie struggle keeping a weight class, or did he fluctuate going up and down in the 4 years he was here?
Struggled every year. You're 15 years old, and the coach wants you to wrestle 140 pounds, but your body is saying, well, you know what? I want to be 160. I'm a growing young man, and it's very tough. We've spent a lot of nights watching eat green beans out of a can and tangerines, and it's just
Sure.
Yeah.
You know,
Wow.
one of the things you mentioned about how do you get kids into this sport, and I was going to say, you know, we talked about multiple sports taking advantage of the techniques and body movements and strength conditioning that wrestling has to offer. Can you think of, obviously we talked about football, what other sports can you take and translate into that somebody, let's say for example, they might be more interested in baseball, or they might be more interested in golf, or they might be more interested in tennis, but this is a sport, can it teach them or give them some development that's going to help them in the other sport? So again, you have to make it fun, you have to make it something that's, you know, worthwhile to them. Being able to develop yourself through this sport for the benefit of another sport is another way you could make, you know, a connection with other kids. What other sports can you take the techniques and the building from out of this and apply them to?
in my opinion, the number one sport is football. They go hand in hand, and you know, like you know, we've mentioned Lowell. You know, they've kind of taken a dive in football lately, but wrestling they're not. It's just they go hand in hand. I mean, you can run sprints in a football field all day, but I don't think you're ever in wrestling shape.
No,
I don't think you're ever in wrestling shape.
Yeah. And I think the biggest take out there, and Joe, I think that's a great question. And Steve, I agree wholeheartedly. I think football benefits the most. And to add to that a little bit more, I'll define it a little bit more. I think it helps linemen a lot
Yes.
more. Hand-eye coordination, footwork coordination, maintaining a weight, tons of upper body strength and mentality. I encourage all of my linemen, if they're not doing a wins, go out for wrestling. It just is you. And an excellent example is little Ezra Purple, for instance. His footwork, his hustle, I mean, and he's a lineman. I think it just adds to the total development of an athlete immensely.
You know, I think there's a stigma. I'm not going to go out there and roll around on a mat with another guy, and it's, you know, I always kind of take a step back and like, really, wrestlers are the biggest and the baddest guys walking the hallways.
Yeah. Oh, without a question.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, you got to be a beast out there. I mean, you mentally, you have to be sharp to be a wrestler.
Absolutely.
Bottom line, you know, they say, well, you got to be strong. It's not always strength that does it. It's technique. It's your footwork. It's everything but strength, really.
You're gonna use my strength against me on the mat.
Right. Exactly. Right.
I'm gonna
That's
move
a
here
great
and then
point.
boom, I'm done.
Yep. I'm going to counter what you do. Can you counter what I just did? If you can't, I'm going to beat you.
So,
It's
you know
technique.
what? I don't think that I've been saying Ludington, it's Belding. I had to apologize to you guys.
What?
A Belding instead of like?
Yeah,
Oh, it's Belding?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Sailor Nation.
no. Okay.
You know, I was just thinking about it. Is there any crossover or translation from techniques and skills learned in wrestling over to lacrosse? Most lacrosse players, I would think, are either football or hockey players,
Right.
because that's kind of the cross between those
Yeah,
two.
right.
Do you get anything out of this? I mean, do we know, are there any lacrosse players that are wrestlers as well?
You know, like I know with Gavin Stout. Gavin Stout is an excellent soccer player. You know, you see a lot of the lighter weight guys probably playing soccer, maybe some lacrosse. You know, soccer is very popular.
Okay.
And, you know, in talking with Coach LeMay, the problem here at Mona Shores is that you have 20 kids, but you have 9 of them that are the same weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't find
That's a struggle.
Yeah.
That's a struggle here at Mona Shores.
So what do you do then, Joe? Steve, how do you spread the talent out that you got if you've got kids that are all the same weight? Do you tell them either you got to lose some or we got to fatten you up?
Yeah.
I mean,
there's
that's
there's
basically
certain
the only
rules.
option you got, isn't
They
it?
don't let you lose the weight like they used to years back. I mean, you can only lose 5 pounds until this day. Another 2 pounds here. You just don't jump and put on the the garbage bags and sweat. They just don't let you do that
And
anymore.
it's funny you
That's
mentioned
not
that.
healthy.
When I was at Muskegon, a good friend of mine and I that played football together was a wrestler, and he literally wore these rubber suits
Yeah.
sometimes in order to just sweat off the weight, Joe and Steve. And it was like, why are you wearing that? Because I got to drop so many pounds. I got to do this and I got to do that. And so those days are done.
I remember the wintertime when it would first come out, wrestling season would start. The cousin that was a wrestler, and he would put on the silver suit, the
Oh
silver
yeah,
suit,
Right.
and
yeah.
go out cross country skiing with that thing on.
Oh, jeez.
Oh
I
my
mean,
goodness.
that kind of stuff. That's what you did back then, and that's
Yeah.
not. You're right, Steve. It was not a healthy way to approach dropping weight or
No.
that kind of stuff. So
So, Steve, how do they drop weight today? Is it just caloric intake, dietary type stuff
Yeah,
right now?
it's the diet for sure. And, they're allowed to wear, sweatpants and sweatshirts in practice. And, you could easily lose 5 pounds in a practice.
Oh, okay.
But I had a friend of mine I worked with. His sons both wrestled and suggested that you, on a way to it, if you're close, get some gum and chew gum, and your wrestler spits the whole way, and you will lose the point whatever that you need to get to.
really,
Just water. Just by
Really?
spitting.
and just chewing gum.
Yep, and spitting. Not
Gosh.
swallowing it.
That's crazy.
It's a
and,
different
and it makes that much of a difference too, because it's like tenths of a pound.
tenth
is
of
gonna-
a pound.
Yeah.
Ugh. How often does it happen where you come in and you're trying to qualify as a certain weight wrestler and you miss it either by a little bit under or a little bit over and you have to go into a different class?
Well, at the schools that have a full lineup, you might not be able to do that.
Right.
Just because,
You might not be
I
able to
weighed
wrestle. Yeah.
155 pounds. I'm supposed to be 154. They might not. That's your responsibility to keep your weight under control the whole week.
Connor's getting a good
Wow.
shot of the Mona Shores wrestler, looking like they're getting ready to start again here shortly. As I understand, Coach LeMay told me that all of their matches would be on the right mat.
So that'll be the West mat here
Yeah,
at the Sailor
West
Center.
mat at the Sailor Center. So
Okay.
where Kimmin is actually set up, where we should.
And it's probably a COVID thing, too, not moving around as
yeah,
much.
somebody's
yes?
going to have to move though, because you wrestled against each team.
Yeah, right.
Here, so
Right, but
somebody's
it's-
going to have
yeah,
to move. I'm not sure.
Well, somebody's going to have to, one person versus, yeah. Okay, so it's Coopersville on the West mat versus
Belding,
Belden.
and I apologize to
No
Belding.
apologies necessary.
we won't fire you today, Steve.
We're just going to detract from the salary that you're,
That's fair. That's a fair.
Okay,
I'll take
mean,
that.
mistakes cost, Joe. We don't make
I
mistakes.
typically donate all my salary to charity, but
Oh, yes, you do. Of course you do.
that's the kind of person I am.
Well, you are. You're a very giving person.
See, on the west mat, on the east mat, you got Gabe Jensen, an alumni of Mona Shores. Wrestled last year for Coach LeMay.
Oh.
Great kid, great family. I'm glad to see that he's giving back to the program.
Yeah. Who is this Coach LeMay? There's some. We got to find that out. I don't remember seeing him last year.
Coach LeMay?
Yeah, no, Coach LeMay, but the gentleman to the right of Coach LeMay.
Yeah, we'll get some details.
Yeah,
on
I got to
that.
get some details in between here because we want to recognize everyone that's involved
I know
here.
that they're missing Bear, who is Barry LeMay, is Patrick Coach LeMay's father. He might be in South Carolina already
Oh,
for the till it gets nicer here. So in the coach next to LeMay on his
the
right.
left, on his.
On
Okay.
his right is Zach Marsman. He's a graduate of Grand Haven High School
Oh, okay.
and a graduate of Grand Valley.
Oh,
He
was he a wrestler?
he wrestled at Grand Haven
Oh, okay.
and just got accepted into medical school.
Oh, how wonderful.
So he will be leaving Michigan here fairly soon and taking his talents down to Florida and going into medicine.
Yeah. Speaking about that, one of your assistants at the freshman level for multiple years will be applying in April for physician assistants schooling.
Spencer
Spencer Stubbe.
Yeah. which is hard to get into also.
No.
Yeah, extremely hard. And I chatted with him 2 weeks ago. We try to chat a couple times a month. His first choice would be Western Michigan University. I guess they have a very good pro, so he's hoping. And I asked him, what about football? And, the other thing is, well, if I'm full-time, I can't. But if I can do virtual. So that's exciting for Spencer as well.
Yeah, because I know Spencer's already working at the hospital, so
Yeah.
he's already got his foot in the door there.
Yeah.
I know Coach Marsman, he was working at Holland Hospital.
Oh, okay. Steve, question for you. The OK conference, how are we as a wrestling conference with the schools entering it? You've got Shores, you've got Puffer, you've got Muskegon, the two Zeeland schools, you've got Union, and Holland. How does the conference size up regarding wrestling?
I think the two Zeeland schools, are probably in the same boat we are, maybe with a little bit better numbers.
Uh-huh.
So,
Connor.
it's you got the cream of the crop, and I hate to say it, but it's at Reese Puffer.
Sure.
They've built their program up through their My Way program, their middle school program. So, but Muskegon, their numbers aren't horrible. I mean, they have potential.
Agreed.
To be good. And Mona Shores, it's a building process, and you just got to get the kids out here. You've got to get the kids out here. He's always saying, give me a week, give me 2 weeks, try this, try it. And you know what? If you get 2 or 3 kids a year to stick, I think you're doing good.
Yeah. And what's important is having the coach in the building is a huge. Coach Lemaine's not in the building.
Right.
He can't see the kids every day. He's teaching, and you said, and good for him, he got a special ed job with Muskegon Public Schools, but boy, it would have been great to have him here where he could be around the kids and see the kids all the time and get more kids excited about wrestling.
Right. With COVID this year, I don't think they're doing any youth wrestling, which is terrible for Mona Shores just because, you're going to have kids not in middle school yet, not wrestling.
Yeah.
Forgive me if I missed this when you guys were talking, but how is the middle school program right now? Is that fairly successful, or
9 kids?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Wow.
A lot of bodies.
Yeah, that's gonna be a struggle moving up.
It is. And what's scary is that there's not one 8th grader on the team.
Oh my goodness.
All 6th and 7th.
So those out there that are watching or watch later on this broadcast, if you know someone or if you are interested in becoming a wrestler, make sure to reach out to either us or the school, Coach LeMay, Steve Swanker, anybody that has a connection with the team. They'll put you in the right direction to make sure that you get an opportunity to build these skills, show your skills, and really become part of a fantastic team and a fantastic sport.
Well, I'm going to throw some kudos out to Steve because his son Robbie and I, had the pleasure of coaching Robbie at the JV level. But Robbie's going to make a great coach. He's just a coach in waiting, and he's at the middle school. And according to Steve, our color analyst today, is that it's got to start at the low level. Let's get these kids. Not only is it tough, but they're going to make it fun. They're going to be safe. They're going to be solid. They're going to learn some quality stuff at the lower level, and by all means, get them out there. Let's see what it's like.
With all the high school athletics, it teaches you life lessons that
absolutely,
that you keep going the rest of your life.
Oh yeah.
The chances of you going to Alabama or Ohio State or Clemson are slim. You're not going to play football there, and the chances of you going to Michigan and wrestling are slim. But it's the lessons that.
Well, it's life lessons that you'll carry with you forever.
If that really is something that you truly want to do, you have to get out here and do it.
Absolutely.
It's not something that's just going to happen.
Great point, Joe.
If you say that it's probably not going to happen, but I guarantee it won't happen unless you
if you don't
get out and
right.
do it.
It's like playing the lottery. I'm never going to win the lottery if I don't play it.
That's correct. You're absolutely right. Well, It looks like the Sailors are getting ready to start. They're warming back up, so that means that the matches for the Sailors are soon to be underway again. Let's take another quick break. When we come back, we should have some Shores wrestling, unless you guys object.
No, let's
No,
do it.
no, no,
We'll
no.
take a
Let's
quick
pay the
break,
bills.
and we'll be right back.
Looking to buy or sell? Look no further than our broadcast booth sponsor, John Vandervelde at Nexus Realty. Give him a call at 231-759-3634 or go see him at 880 West Broadway Avenue in Muskegon. Nexus Realty, team-based real estate professionals.
All the protection you need, nothing you don't. At Lake Michigan Insurance Agency, save on the insurance you need and stop paying for the insurance you don't need. Trust our experts to find the perfect amount of coverage for you, making sure you're covered when you need it and how you need it. But the savings don't stop there. We also shop over 16 insurance providers, industry leaders like Citizens and Frankenmuth Insurance, to make sure you get the highest quality coverage at the lowest possible rate. In Muskegon County, trust Ryan Rozecki to start a quote for you today. Visit Ryan at our Norton Avenue office in the Park Place Shopping Center near Goodwill and Pints and Courts Restaurant, or visit lmc.org/insurance to get started.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 300,000 participants here in Michigan who take part in high school sports.
The Sailor Nation Sports Network would like to announce the first ever Pinnacle of Pride sponsor, the Sailor Classic. The Sailor Classic is a golf outing fundraiser created in 1990 and focuses on ways to enhance both the student athletes and the true fans' ability to experience all that Mona Shores has to offer. The Sailor Classic has provided a multitude of areas of financial support for athletics throughout the Mona Shores school system. In 2001, a foundation was created under the Sailor Classic to fund scholarships for qualifying student athletes. That fund has since grown to over $150,000 and has helped several students-athletes begin their college endeavors. The Sailor Classic is held every summer. For anyone interested in either becoming a sponsor in the Classic or simply participating, please see the Sailor Classic Facebook page for the most up-to-date information. Thank you, Sailor Classic, for your generosity and support of our Sailor Nation Sports Network as the very first Pinnacle of Pride sponsor.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. Sailor Nation Sports coming to you from the 8th wonder of the world, the Sailor Center here on the beautiful campus of Mona Shores. How do you nod your head?
I love it.
Yeah, 8th wonder of the world. As always, the Godfather Joe Kanukin is with me, the eye in the sky, Kimmin down on Matt's side. Connor Fritz up here in the Crow's Nest. And we have the legendary Steve Swinker, color analyst. I'm Nick Davros. We want to welcome you to a rare doubleheader, the first doubleheader on Sailor Nation sports history. We've got competitive cheer at 3 o'clock, but right now it's the quad. It's Mona Shores hosting 3 other schools right now on the West Mat. It's Mona Shores versus Cedar Springs. And as always, Steve Swinker is our guest color analyst. Good morning, my friend. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. I'm doing well.
All right, what do we got going down there
right
in the
now?
West
We
Mat?
got Brendan Claycomb wrestling at 160, senior.
He won his first match, did he not?
Yeah, I think he won by pin, by
Yes,
fall.
I believe he did.
It was another mat rat, and he constantly is working out.
This young man right here?
Yes. Good leader of the team. His younger brother, Pitbull, we call him, is a freshman on the team. So
Oh, here comes a full 10. Look at that.
they got nothing on that, though. No points.
No points.
Cedar
Steve,
Springs is a powerhouse. Has
Are
been
they?
a powerhouse in wrestling for the last. They're
They've been a pretty good football
They
program
have.
lately as well in Division III.
Cedar Springs has started with Ryan Ringler, who graduated a couple of years ago and was wrestling at Central Michigan.
Oh, wow.
So the wrestling roots are deep at Cedar Springs for sure.
Steve, how many weight classes are there in wrestling? I'm going to throw a trivia question at you now.
Well, hold on, I'll give you quite a half a second here.
Oh, sure. Get your little cheat sheet out there, brother. What do we got? 12, 13?
14.
14.
14, we'll fill half of them.
And the lightest one is what?
103.
103. Boy, Joe, 103 pounds. God, puff of wind's going to blow you
Well,
away.
that's light enough to turn sideways, stick out your tongue, and look like a zipper.
Absolutely.
And then how do you tell your body that your body says, I want you more than 103, but my weight class says you got to be 103?
Yeah, no
That's
kidding.
tough. I mean, we were talking life lessons right there. If you're going to wrestle, you can't eat everything in front of you that you may want to. You've got to really be self-disciplined.
Oh, there's no way you can.
Or you go
wrestling at that level, you just happen to be a small stature.
Yeah.
You're just a scrappy
dude.
kid.
Yeah, right.
Man, you could really
You're a little street fighter out there.
That's exactly it. You think of not Brady Rose isn't 103, but you look at Brady Rose, he's not like the 6'7" guy we talked about from Grand Haven that just committed
right.
to MSU.
Yeah, right.
But for his size and his stature, one of the scrappiest kids you're ever going to meet in your entire life.
I'd love to have a whole team of those
Yeah.
guys like that.
Yeah.
I mean, they just give it all up. So this young man is what weight class? 133?
152.
152, and look at him. I mean, he's cut, he's chiseled, he looks good. We are up 4-1 right now. We're in period number 2, 130 and counting down. Each period is 2 minutes at length. They are 3 periods in a match.
His interesting fact about him is that his favorite athlete is Spencer Lee from Iowa. And if you know anything about college wrestling, it's a good guy to have as your favorite athlete.
Amen. Hey, I got a question, a scoring question. What if at the end of the 3 period it's a tie? Then what?
We'll go to a minute overtime.
A minute overtime.
First point wins.
Okay. Oh, first point win.
And if there's if there's no
No
victor
points?
after that, one athlete will choose down, one chooses up for 30 seconds. If you get your escape, you get your point, then the other athlete gets a chance. And if you hold him down, you win.
So there are overtimes per
Absolutely,
se.
yeah.
No, that's great. Now look what I learned. Could be up to 2 overtimes.
4-2. Brendan right now is just a takedown machine, Joe.
Yeah.
You can tell he's on a mission. He knows exactly what he wants to do.
Again, we talk about, isolating a limb. He's got a good hold on that arm.
And a leg.
And a leg now, yep. Again, one of the things that Connor had brought up a couple of years ago when he was still here at the school, some of your best wrestlers were actually cross-country runners.
Oh, for sure.
You talk about it from a cardio standpoint.
Staying in shape all year
round.
round.
Nick Dennison was a perfect example.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
He was a fantastic wrestler. But he was an incredible cross-country distance runner as well.
That's a great point. And think about cross-country kids are in like ultimate shape.
Yep.
So I guess that is another sport that we're talking with wrestling. Not so much the physical part, but the
endurance.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Great calls there, Joe.
Connor gets the credit on that.
No, you get. That's why you get paid
that's
the
why
big
Joe's
money.
the godfather
Yeah,
of Sailor
he
Nation
is.
sports, right? He's got all these little these little soldiers around the community.
People
he
that
can
want to share information.
Well, they do, Joe. They do, because if they don't share, they know what happens to the Godfather.
And they
what
know
the
that they'll get a
Godfather
plug
does.
from
Right,
the most popular local sportscast
Exactly.
in the
Well,
state of
we
Michigan.
are rated number one in West Michigan.
Speaking of which, a little segue from what you just said. Nick and I are working on trying to get a recurring Mona Shores sports broadcasting live show, whether it's every week or every 2 weeks or every month, whatever it is, from a local restaurant here in town.
And we love to have you as
I would love to be there.
In fact, we're working on and Steve DeLong, who wasn't able to join us today, he's got basketball, but what do we do? And we're going to go probably once or twice a month, probably just to see how we do and to check everything out. But it's going to be. Let me just share where it's going to be.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to give you hints. You have to find the place, but the score is 6-2 right now.
Don't disclose it just yet. Don't disclose it. You give hints if you want, but don't disclose it.
Don't disclose the location.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
It's going to be in a Norton Shores facility.
Okay.
Norton Shores treasure.
A treasure. An iconic treasure.
Sure.
It has been there for years.
Years?
Yeah. It's what's other? How can let's get back into this wrestling. We're 125 counting down in the third period. Sailors up 6-2 right here against Cedar Springs. This should be a good win right here to start off for. He can start off 2-0. He can survive this little segue right here that we're in.
Hey, while we're talking about high school athletics, I think you need to give a shout out to Mike Niekoff.
Oh, yes.
The owner of M7 Sports.
Yes.
What a great gig he is doing.
Outstanding.
Amazing.
Outstanding.
He does too much basketball for my liking, but I mean, he'll be at Hart and Shelby doing a basketball game, and I'll roll my eyes, think, okay, great, thanks, Mike.
Well, you know what? We're going to add a little bit. You know who's going to be our guest this coming Thursday on Sailor Nation Sports? Mike Meekoff himself.
Excellent.
He's going to be covering the Shores Muskegon game. We're going to have him maybe pregame and at halftime because we're going to give him a little love as well.
Good. He deserves everything.
Michael has done, and Michael's going to go a long way with.
When he first started getting going, first time I ever had an opportunity to meet.
2 points reversal for Brendan.
First time I had a chance to meet Mike Meekoff was actually our very first baseball broadcast that we had done. And he was up there, didn't know who he was, and he says, I'm covering sports. At the time, he told me he was on your JV football team. And he says, it's just starting to go. It's called M7 Sports. And I said, you got Facebook, social media? He says, yeah. He shared the link, and I put it out on Sailor Nation Sports Network just to give him some love and get some attention. And he has exploded with his and not only just in the amount of coverage, but the quality of coverage. He does a tremendous job. If you are not on the M7 Sports Facebook or any other social media, you should get there because it is fantastic coverage. We focus on the Mona Shore Sailors.
Nice win for Brendan.
He focuses on
Sailors up 3-0. Sorry, Joe.
High school stuff as possible. Go ahead, Steve.
But if you watch Mike Meekoff and in his interviews with these grown men or grown women coaches, they are absolutely taking it serious, and they are treating it like it's almost like an ESPN interview, which is amazing. I love it.
Yeah. Michael's his demeanor and everything is so professional. He's curious, he's gracious, he's knowledgeable, and the questions he's asked are great. So, Joe, a win like that
Jake
based
Mole.
on points gets you 3 points
He got
as a
3
team?
points. Yep.
3 team points? Okay.
Jake Mole is wrestling at 160.
Yeah, now they've got the weight up there as well,
Oh,
Joe.
perfect.
Yeah, which is nice. They
And-
don't have it over here on this, but we're pretty much concentrating on Shores at this point.
And Jake is wrestling a sophomore from Cedar Springs, and I think Spencer Stubbe's working today, but he would remember when we played Cedar Springs our last game
Oh, yeah.
as a freshman. Our whole defensive game plan was based around this young man. He was so dominant.
Mole
at
was he?
He was so dominant. You had to know where this young man was every play when he was on offense. He was that explosive, and he is extremely athletic wrestler. In his future,
Does he do a spring sport, or is he just concentrating on wrestling?
Jake,
Yeah.
I believe Jake is just spring.
A re-
The kid from Cedar Springs is definitely an up-and-comer. I talked
Is
to
he?
him last year at a wrestling scrimmage. And yeah, he's a nice young man.
Well, he's got a good-looking body right
Yeah,
there. I
he's-
mean, he's well-defined.
Yes.
Yeah. So tell us about these new wrestling mats. I don't remember these. Were these here last year?
No, we picked them up last year. They
What do you mean you
Coach,
picked them up?
Coach LeMay loaned them to Ford Field for the
Oh.
state finals, and we rented a U-Haul and went and got them, brought them back to Mona Shores.
They're gorgeous.
They're very nice.
Very, very nice. I'm impressed.
And I think these kids, they won't realize it now, but they look around this beautiful facility
Oh.
and think, in 10 years after they've been gone for a while, think, wow, was I lucky?
Well,
was I
you-
lucky to be
And
a student athlete at Mona Shores High School?
And it's funny, when my son Nicholas and his wife and my little grandchild were in town, he's down in North Carolina. Long story short, when Nicholas went to school here at Christopher, they didn't have this.
No,
This wasn't here. It wasn't here when you were. And he says, and we took a tour. He says, this is amazing. Everything,
It's
the progress that Superintendent Bill O'Brien and his staff and his colleagues have done here, Joe, it's just phenomenal.
Yeah, and there is such a tie to it's easy for a school to go over the top on athletics and not give attention to some of the other like arts and academics but there is such an importance put on all of the different pieces that help develop kids for the future. Wherever they can fit in, whether it's arts, whether it's academics, whether they have a sporting and athletic
for Cedar
capability.
Springs.
They have been trying to feed all of that.
Yep. Athletic Director Conrad has done just a great job here continuing
takedown
and
for
building
Jake
on the
Mole.
legacy of Mona Shores Athletic Principal Jennifer Bustard. But academics are huge over here. Along with the arts, the sciences, the robotics.
Yep.
The broadcasting, and we're going to talk into that a little bit more as the day's gone in, and I'm going to let you get in there. But some of the things that we want to do, tying in Sailor Nation sports with broadcasting, we're going to be opening some more doors for everyone to get involved. But Sailors up 2-1. We're a minute 10 counting down in period number 2. The 160-pound weight class going on right now.
Question for you guys from the coaching perspective. Who is responsible for setting and enforcing the academic requirements for high school sports? Does that come through the MHSAA, or does that come through each individual school?
It comes through the MHSAA.
Yeah, it's standard.
Yep.
I can remember a meeting with the Sandy, the athletic secretary, every Monday about grades. You got to remember we're here for the main reason.
That's right. That's kind of where I was going. There's, I don't know if it exists where people push that envelope a little bit or fudge some things. I don't get the sense that occurs here at Mona Shores because of the intensity of the importance of academics. And
we just had our spring football meeting, and according to Coach Kozak, we broke personal records for attendance. And his biggest thing that Matt's done is every year he's been here, we've maintained academic all-state. Well, 2 years ago we finished number 2 in the state out of all schools. I mean, that's just
that shows the importance of it from the standpoint.
Oh, absolutely. The days of, quote, the dumb jock, they're done. You know, if you want to go to college, your grade point, if you want to go to a Division I college, your grade point has to be minimum 2.3. If you don't have a 2.3, guess what? You can have a perfect test score, ACT, SAT. You're still not going to you've got to go junior college.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Joe, to answer your question, academics are huge. And they should be, because in my letter that I gave to the parents, and I mean, you're a student athlete. You're not an athlete student. You're a student first.
And that comes full circle around how we were speaking about the administration for the school supporting all of the different aspects.
Absolutely.
Here's another example of it. Steve, going through the player profiles you were talking about earlier, I don't recall who it was, but you said that his favorite class was choir.
Choir, Jake.
So you look at
Jake
it from you look at it from the standpoint of, the supporting of the academics, the athletics, and the arts within this school is just phenomenal. And for someone to be able to say, I'm a great wrestler and I love choir, you're developing well-rounded individuals going out into the
Great
world.
point.
And that's
Great
the
point.
whole purpose of school.
Yeah, you got to think long term. Is you're going to be a great son, a great brother, a great dad. That's what.
2 points for takedown.
Yep.
Well, you know what? Seeing how we're talking about choir, a lot of people may not know this about Kimmin, the eye in the sky down there. He's our choir director at our Greek Orthodox Church.
Kidding.
And he does a wonderful job. Yeah.
I heard Connor can sing pretty well, too.
Connor's got some nice pipes.
No, he doesn't want anybody to know.
He doesn't
that,
want people
so,
to know. He's probably got an album coming out that we don't know about, so we'll just keep it quiet.
Connor is actually going to be having to leave us here in just a little bit, and he's got some other obligations a little bit later in the day. He was, and fortunate for us, able to commit up until about 10 minutes to 11, so we got him for another 10, 12 minutes.
And with that, we've come to the end of this match. 160-pound Sailors up 5-1. Going to pick up a few more points there,
Yep.
Mr. Swanker.
Great win by Jake Moll. He earned every minute there.
Jake Moll's future is bright here as a wrestler.
For sure.
Yeah.
Nobody works any harder during the off season, during the season, weekends. Yeah,
Really?
he's got a great goal.
What do wrestlers, before we jump in, are we going to stay here? We're going to take a break. We'll say, we say that sports have changed drastically from when you two guys played and when I played. Your sport was from that season. Football was from August to the 1st of November because they didn't have playoffs when I played.
Right.
And then we were done with football. Then I jumped into basketball at Muskegon, and I was done with that. But sports are year-round. What do wrestlers do during their off-season? So come spring, summer, fall. Is there year-round wrestling that they do?
There is, but I think you got to be careful with the burnout factor.
Yeah.
I really do. I know Coach Lemay would absolutely encourage his kids to go play lacrosse, to go play baseball in the spring. But on the flip side, he is going to expect you to be there a few times in the summer, a couple times a week, just doing some technique stuff.
So he's got like an open weight room session certain times during the summer.
Right.
Colleges love, and more it's coming to fruition. Colleges are leaning more toward multi-sport athlete than specialty type athletes.
Well, it's because of all the other, techniques and skills that you develop. You're looking for that secret weapon that, somebody that's a wrestler and, they played baseball and they play golf, and for whatever reason, between baseball and golf, the swing that they developed happens to create some type of technique that gives them a special weapon type of a situation. It's that kind of search, Plus the ability to develop between, a single person individual type sport to team related type sport.
Yeah.
The only.
And I was talking to a father a couple days ago that this young man was thinking about this coach wanted him to come out for baseball. They wanted him to be a pitcher. Well, pitching and quarterbacking, boy, that's not a good mix.
Hey, let me jump in here real quick.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, buddy.
We do have Peyton Peterson here at the mat at 171.
At 171, the score is 2-0
Yep.
in favor of Cedar Springs, 30 seconds left. But pitching and quarterbacking is tough because the mechanics are totally different. That's really the only sport I think of that really screws things up. But
it does work. Look how many
Heisman
Trophy winners
play baseball.
been drafted.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
it
that does work.
Absolutely, it can work. It takes a lot of work to make it work, but if you're committed, it can happen. Exactly. Guys.
We talk about these other sports. I mean, I think it's going to be hard at these bigger schools like Mona Shores to, I'm gonna try out for the baseball team, but I haven't touched a baseball, my glove, or a bat since June of last year. Guess what? Kids have been in the batting cages all winter long.
Yeah.
It's different now than we were in school.
Oh, yeah. Golf. They've got a golf simulator in there where you can practice golf inside that storage room, by the varsity locker room. They got indoor golf. You can practice on a golf simulator.
It's changed.
Yeah. Oh, it changed drastically. It's only going to get better. Times are changing.
You got the powerlifting.
Drastically. It's only going to get better. Times are changing. He's hosting powerlifting next Saturday. We're going to be here, but just for the varsity team to set individual goals.
Oh, wow, great.
Yep. And so we're going to be doing that next Saturday. We're also doing bowling next Saturday.
Possibly. We're working on it. Yep. We're looking to work out the details to try to make that happen. So,
Coach Winker, are you a bowler at all? Do you bowl?
No, not for the last.
I was trying to recruit Swinker. Maybe he could help you out because I'm going to be tied up here.
When I bowled, the bowling was not the most important reason I was there. So
I'm sure.
It was being around the fellas.
Yeah,
we'll say that.
Yep, right, exactly.
Still got a 2-0 score with a minute left in the second.
Yeah.
You got to see more.
We've got some time.
I think we've got to see some more movement on the bottom from Peyton, which I know is easy for me to say that right now.
As you're sitting comfortable high above him, the crow's nest.
And I always get a kick out of parents. Well, get up. Well, yeah, I think that's number one on the athlete's mind is getting up.
Boy, look at him working, trying to get the pin. Boy, he's going to leverage him around.
He keeps rolling. He keeps rolling. He can get a reversal.
Yeah, he can get it. No,
he almost got it.
Come on, roll. He's trying.
See, that's fighting.
Oh, can he just fight it around?
That was a good.
Well, I'm going to tell you, regardless of how this turns out, Coach LeMay is going to be extremely happy.
Oh, yes.
Of how he fought off his back.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you used up a lot of energy to do what he just did. It may say, it's easy, he just rolled over. No, he just didn't roll over.
Yep. That was
he's fighting this
great
kid
way to fight off
who weighs
his back.
171 pounds, for heaven's sake. Wow, that was tough.
Yep. So, I mean, wrestling's a sport where you take the good, you try to find the good out of everything.
Absolutely.
And you know what? That was very impressive how he fought off his back.
Instead of this match being over with, it's only 5-0 right now.
Right.
With 2 minutes still to go.
Right.
So if he can get a takedown right here versus allowing an escape.
He needs to get he needs to get him on his back.
Yep.
He wants to get back in this match. He's got to get some offense going.
Boy, the kid
you know
just
what, Joe?
keeps fighting it off.
You might want to let him up and get a takedown and go that route.
Yeah.
Yep, right. That's
which is another one easier said than done.
Yeah, because there's no guarantees once you let him go, you're going to be able to take him down.
He got that cradle working.
Yep,
right there. He's got the cradle.
There we go.
He's got the cradle, but he's in trouble.
Yeah, as long as that kid's got those legs working right there. But, God, he almost had him. But now he's got our kid in a potential cradle if he rolls him over. Now, see, now watch, he's going to get.
Yeah, you got to pop that head out.
No,
see how he popped that head out, Joe?
Yeah.
Yep.
A reversal there.
Up 7. Now he's got our kid in a potential crate if he rolls him over. Now see, now watch, he's going to get.
Yeah, you got to pop that head out.
No. You know, that was a good hard minute, though, that we just saw in this third period. You know, we thought we had to take down and just couldn't get him.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Coach LeMay is going to be very happy in that first period where he fought off his back.
Hey, I got a question for you. Does Coach LeMay film practices?
No, I don't think so.
And matches now here because they got Huddle.
I
Huddle's
don't
right up
think
there.
I don't know for sure. I can't answer that.
Okay.
Okay, we got the junior Cameron McGinley.
Yep. We might want to consider not bringing Steve.
One of my favorite.
Well, he doesn't have answers to some of the questions I give him. Like,
You know,
does he film practice?
Why?
I don't know.
Listen,
You know, well,
I will absolutely tell you that he has a lot more answers than what you and I probably would have.
that's a good point too. That's a very good point. So you can come back.
But when you're the legend, you can.
Well, that's right. I can
criticize
sound
everything,
like
and that's okay.
this is true. I am a legend in
And-
my own mind.
It's just he's just suggesting. He's just offering his advice, and
Yeah.
he's got more knowledge than anybody here.
And he knows your brother that's a police officer, so then I have to be careful because I could get pulled over. If I get pulled over, then I can call in some favor. I don't know what. You know, we'll touch bases later.
Yeah, good job on Sprawling there. He got long on the takedown and giving up that leg, though. He's going to give him. Okay, there you go, Cameron.
110 counting down here
Oh.
in period number 1.
2 point.
2 points for Cedar Springs, up 2-0.
You're not going to see this young man quit either. He's going to go at it the whole time. You know, this is a young wrestling team. I think they've got one senior. I mean,
one senior only?
Yeah, Brendan Claycomb. So I mean,
well, the future's bright.
The
then.
future
You
is
keep
bright.
These kids out, yeah.
And like I said earlier, you know, I think Cedar Springs is a established wrestling program, and you know, we're still building.
Boy, trying to escape the pin, but just can't do it with 19 seconds remaining.
Steve, what is the established amount of time that you expect to have the shoulders down? What's the time? Obviously, you're looking for both shoulders to be on the mat.
Both shoulders down, but boy, I tell you, it's, so often there's such a quick whistle on it that it doesn't seem to be a whole lot of consistency. You know, his shoulders right there. That looked like a quick pin to me, but the ref really he must have been pinned.
It's not, you know, a 3 count or something like that, obviously, because watching it, like you said, it seemed like it was a quick whistle. You know, as soon as his second shoulder hit the mat, boom,
he was done.
Yeah, he slaps the mat. Yeah. Ezra Purple.
We got the junior Ezra Purple.
At 215 pounds. Got Team Purple over here to bottom right up in the stands. Mom and dad, grandparents here cheering them on. Connor is leaving us. We've got Joe doing double duties over here, a little camera work here. I can do a little camera work.
Interesting fact on Ezra is that I'm his favorite coach of all times.
Wow.
I am his favorite coach of all times.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You
know,
tell.
that doesn't surprise me, though, really. You know, you are just the lovable, likable, knowledgeable, well-rounded guy.
You're one of my, favorite special broadcasters.
Oh, awesome takedown by Ezra.
Look at that.
Right to his back.
Oh, we got the pin.
Oh, let's go, Ezra. Let's go.
Come on, Ezra. Get that 250 pounds.
Oh, I love it.
Slap it, baby. Look at the fist.
See, to me, it looks pinned here, but I'm not down there.
There he is.
What a
Ezra
victory
Purple,
by Ezra
quick
Purple.
move, and Ezra Purple with the pin. Look at the fist.
See, to me, it looks pinned here, but I'm not down there.
There he is.
That is awesome. Ezra, the criticism is he's not that aggressive, but he sure looked aggressive there.
He looked good.
He looked fantastic.
He's put on a few pounds, though, since I had him in football, I'll tell you, but he looks good.
Yeah.
And just a great kid to talk to, and he's everything you embodied in an athlete.
He works at Menards.
Does he really?
He's working at Menards, as you know.
Where in Menards? Do you know? Does he float around?
I seen him once. Yeah, But
I
that's
like going to
that's a
Menards.
great victory for Ezra.
It
I'm
is.
so happy.
And it's a great team win as well.
Yeah, for his whole family that's here. His dad was over there. I don't know if you guys can see him. He's got his
Where's
motorcycle.
knowledgeable,
You're one of
well-rounded guy.
you're one of my, favorite special broadcasters.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome takedown by Ezra.
Look at
Right
that.
to his back.
Oh, we got the pin
Oh, let's go,
coming
Ezra.
here.
Let's go. Let's
Come
go.
on, Ezra. Get that 250
Oh,
pounds.
I love
Slap
it. I
that
love it. I
man.
love it.
Slap it, baby.
He-
Look at the fist.
See, to me, it looks pinned here, but I'm not down there.
His-
There it
There he
is.
is.
There-
Ah!
What a
Ezra
victory
Purple,
by Ezra
quick.
Cage here, the phenom I called.
Yeah.
Gavin Stout, the phenom
Oh, yeah.
last year.
Okay, look
He's
at
just
this.
A stud now
Okay,
this year.
so now we're going to go through some of our
voids, yeah.
Yeah, our voids a little bit.
And that really hurts on the points.
Oh yeah,
Amazing hurt on the points.
Well, not only that, it's not like you're just giving up 1 point, but you're giving up how many? 3, 6?
yeah. I think when you know this is going to happen, I mean, the dreams of winning a team state championship are
Pretty much
slim
out
to
the window.
none.
Yeah.
I mean, but
yeah.
that doesn't stop the hard work.
Okay,
and training.
here's your little phenom right here,
phenom.
brother. This kid's fun to watch. 119-pound weight class right here.
Uh-oh. Looks like he's got his hands full
Well,
with
he's
this.
going to have to work this one, isn't he?
Two,
That's
got
okay.
a takedown.
That's okay. There's a
Cedar
takedown.
Springs.
Do you try to just crawl and get out of the mat sometimes just to
Absolutely.
regroup a little bit, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's going to be nice to watch him wrestle from behind right now, Joe, too. To see what he's got. It's easy when you're winning. See what kind of character you have when you're losing.
I'm noticing a tendency here. I ask the questions, and he goes, Joe. You know what? Maybe I should just go run that camera. Joe.
Well, I think it's just his attempt to draw me into the conversation.
Is
as
that
well.
what it is?
Yeah, you asked the question.
I'm sensing
and
some
then
favoritism right here, but that's okay because you're the godfather.
He
right?
chose to sit next to you, so I mean.
Well, fans, let me tell you, a quick story last night. I was asked to help out a couple 3 weeks ago, and I haven't heard anything. So I texted the legend, and then 2-3 hours later, I'm thinking, wow, I haven't heard from him. Well, I'll call him.
Nothing.
No, he didn't answer his phone then either. So he's old school. He's going to be 65. He doesn't think his phone is important.
It could save my life down the road, but I do have
But-
my Medicare card now, which kicks in April 1st. Thank you very much for asking.
Which is important too.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Yes, it is.
But I know Coach Stavros very well, and I
Would not leave
just
you-
because he doesn't answer his phone doesn't mean he doesn't care.
I absolutely love you. I responded. It just took a little longer than I thought, and I do apologize.
I don't know, Joe, but if you've had responses like that, if you really got to talk to the man, you might want to go to his house.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
119-pound weight class. We're 30 seconds into. We're a minute 30 into this period number 1.
Down 2-0.
Down 2-0, though. The young phenom.
The freshman.
Going to have to work. The freshman.
And as you mentioned earlier, Steve, is the coming from behind is a different mental sense than staying above, and this is where you're going to see where where that plays in. He has his
Conditioning.
hands
Conditioning's
filled.
huge. The conditioning part of it's huge
Sure.
when you're down. I mean, this guy's got some great riding time. If we did that in high school, but he's up against an experienced wrestler. You can absolutely tell
Sure.
that this kid is a wrestler, and he's going to get some back points late.
God, look at the neck rotation, though. My goodness. Trying to fight out of that from Mona Shores.
3 back points. We're gonna see what the young man's got here. It's his freshman year.
Yeah.
So do you look now? Obviously, 5 points is not insurmountable in a match itself, but knowing what you're up against here, do you look, for a pin? Pretty
I
much
think he's
from this
gonna have
point
to.
through. Yeah, I mean, again, nope. I was going to say, was that takedown points?
No, he was not. He started on top.
Okay.
Oh, okay. But
So,
now,
but
you got a minute 49, and it's still period 2, but you're down 5-0.
right, yeah. He's got to get some offense going.
Yes. He's got time on his side as well, but he's still got to get some offense. He's been on the defensive side, for a while right now.
You know where else I realized it's not a high school sport that it translates over to, but, from a, martial arts perspective like jiu-jitsu and stuff where there's a lot of floor time stuff,
Well,
that translates over as well from a sport of wrestling.
If I have a quick second, I have a story about that.
Absolutely for you.
I don't have all the details, but I know my son last year was asked to come and help out a jiu-jitsu training class a couple, 3 times across the street from the station last year, and because they go so hand in hand together.
Yep.
Which people don't understand. And you know what? I'm not sure I knew until my son told me.
Yeah. No,
I never would have thought that.
Yeah, the jiu-jitsu is very much like a wrestling martial arts.
Yeah.
It's a grappling type martial arts.
It's a lot with getting the legs.
Yes.
Which wrestling is.
5-2, 1 minute remaining in period number 2. Here in period 2, the 119-pound weight class going on at the West mat here at the Saylor Center. Coach LeMay trying to give some techniques there to his young little phenom.
Cedar Springs got a point for locked hands there, so he's down 6-0.
Down 6.
Oh, then Coach LeMay is going to question that, which is absolutely his right to do as a coach. Probably not going to matter, and it didn't. But.
Well, it's just like any coach questioning a penalty or a foul during the game.
You see in college wrestling, they can challenge the call now.
And then they go back to video and look
replay?
at it?
Yes.
Really?
Well, see,
there is a future. They have a
future
brick,
for us.
a foam brick they can throw out, red or green.
Really?
It's amazing.
30 seconds remaining here in period 2, down 6-0, 119-pound weight class.
Cedar Springs, his main concern is not go on his back.
Yeah, this is where he can flatten out, just kind of.
He's perfectly content by
just
wrestling
right
like
out the
this.
time right here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And he's going to get 2 for a reversal.
Yeah,
so he's up 8-0. Now we got to think about pinning.
Yep. Yeah, right. Because there's not going to be enough time. We got 12 seconds remaining in this period, so you got 2 coming up. There may not be enough time to gather enough points. Yeah, he may have to go with the.
I'm only going to guess, but I'm thinking that this kid could be an upperclassman.
Just based on the work that you see out on the mat, Joe.
Steve. Unless he's just a phenom.
Yeah. Next year what we'll have to do, Joe, is try to get rosters from the visiting schools, just so we can sound a little bit better what we're doing, because, sometimes we're guessing.
Oh.
And thank goodness we have Steve here to help us out, but, a lot of these others, and that's not asking too much from the school. And that could be a Sandy thing. Maybe I could reach out. We'll have some summer meetings as well.
Honestly, it's a great time to talk about it. We've often mentioned about how our involvement with the school and students within the broadcast, whatever it may be, whether it's running the actual technology behind the broadcast or running a camera or whatever. Exciting stuff coming up. I know that there is a big push. More information sure to come. But the school is looking for sponsorships to be able to bring in a new video scoreboard for the football stadium. I say football stadium because that's where that is.
Yeah,
but this video board would be able to be utilized for anything that's done on that field, and couple it with the potential of the turf coming. You've got the video board for everything from lacrosse to band competitions to track to football to basically anything you want to do out there. Special things such as movie nights where you can have a community gathering of sorts. And this video board by Daktronics, the program that they're looking at bringing in here also has curriculum that Mr. Dave Drosky, the broadcast teacher, would be running. And he is excited with the opportunity to finally mesh Sailor Nation Sports Network completely into a curriculum-based project. So coming soon, ladies and gentlemen, in Sailor Nation Sports Network, there's going to be a lot more good quality stuff that we're bringing along with good quality students to help do it.
And that's always been our goal
Always.
when you and I started Sailor Nation Sports,
Yep.
was to tie it in first and foremost to the school and the community. You know, they were, like hand in glove type situation, school, community,
Right.
1A situation. And now it looks like it's going to come to
Yeah, sure.
fruition here with that. But
I-
we still need some sponsors
Yep,
a little
yep.
bit.
I don't know if you guys saw on social
did.
media where Coach LeMay, I think it was Tuesday, it was 60-plus degrees outside, brought the wrestling mats out to the football field.
Yes, that was
And they
fantastic.
practiced
I shared
out.
that out on Sailor Nation
now-
Sports Network.
And he'll do a night where, now with COVID he hasn't had a chance to do it. He'll have the wrestling mat in the middle of the floor and one light.
Spotlight.
The spotlight.
Yep.
He's drumming up the excitement.
Oh,
of wrestling.
absolutely. Volleyball, with the turf potentially coming, boy, on a nice autumn night in August or September, bring volleyball out there, girls.
Bring a court out there.
There's
There's so many different possibilities with, the upgrades, and it really is a ton more than just football. I think a lot of people think that it's
For sure, Joe.
just for football.
Oh.
But honestly, I can tell you right now, if you ask any one of the band members or the band parents or anybody associated with lacrosse, anybody associated with the track and field, of how important it is for that field to be usable during their stuff. We would be able to actually host band competitions. Where
All the
we've
youth
never been
football.
able to use youth football all summer long.
Yep.
All of that kind of stuff. So this is way more than just a football field and a scoreboard for football. It is a tremendous amount of opportunity for the entire school and the entire community.
football. It's a long
Got
sport if you make the playoffs.
Josiah
and
O'Brien. I
make a
think
deep run.
Josiah's a senior too, guys. I'm
But
sorry.
Thank
other
you.
than
No, you're
that,
good.
you're looking at varsity at most 5, 6, 7 games.
No, but
your
you throw
JV.
JV on there, and
Yeah,
then
you
you bring
throw
over
J-
some of the middle school.
and freshmen. So there's
Yeah.
a lot of stuff that
Yep.
can.
At Mona Shores, you got to figure we're playing till Thanksgiving too.
Yeah.
Yep.
You have 3. You could potentially host 3 playoff games every year.
Yep.
Yep.
But bottom line
145-pound weight class. Go ahead, buddy.
the thing to consider if you're interested in any of the sponsorships associated with this Daktronics video scoreboard fundraising, contact Todd Conrad here at the Mona Shores High School, athletic director. He has all the information. We'll also share whatever does come down the pipeline regarding that information out to you, so that
Quick
you can.
takedown by Cedar Springs. Going to get some back points here. Sorry, Joe.
No, you keep going.
Going to get some back points here.
We
And
also
again,
wrapped
he's
up a
fighting
fundraiser.
off
We'll
his
go
back.
over that. We just concluded that. We talked about that a little bit. 2-0. Cedar Springs up. We're down to 50 seconds remaining here in this opening period of 145-pound weight class.
So, Steve, question for you. You mentioned that he's going to get some back points. When did they calculate the back points? Is there a maximum for that particular? This maximum of 3.
3
so
up.
They haven't thrown the 3 up there yet for the back points, correct?
Okay, he got his 3 black points, and then
it's there right
Josiah got
now.
a reversal,
Yep. Okay.
which, again, Coach LeMay is going to be so excited over that, the fact that he fought off his back that long and then scored.
That's development
now-
right there.
And now he's more aggressive offensively. It's kind of like flipped everything around 360 degrees right here. Or 180,
It just shows that, he didn't quit,
Yeah.
and he's going, and you know what? What's going to happen next year? He's a senior. Maybe I won't quit a job. I'm going to stick with, it's just life lessons from wrestling. I go beyond what we even know. I think it looks great on a college application that you were a wrestler, or a job application that you were a wrestler. Shows that you stick with something.
We've come to the end of the first period. Cedar Springs up 5-2. The 145-pound weight class in progress as we speak.
How many people we got watching, Joe?
Just a couple.
Okay, good.
Yep.
That's
It is split. Obviously, every single broadcast or every single event that happens here in the Sailor Center is also done on the Mona Shores Athletics YouTube page through
Okay.
the Huddle camera, the Pixelot camera here, and we actually have the ability. So wrestling is a very challenging one for this Pixelot camera because it looks at the entire court and it centers on
Wow.
the center court. So you can't see the outside sections of either one of these mats.
Oh, really?
On the broadcast. So anytime, so for example, right now on our broadcast, we're zoomed right in center stage. On the Pixelot, you wouldn't even be able to see these wrestlers right now because of the way that the camera looks.
Right.
Oh.
Well, I've said it, Joe. You guys are first class from top to bottom.
I appreciate that.
First class, and the community is lucky. The community is lucky to
Well,
have
we're
you guys.
blessed to be in the community and do what we do. It's fun, and we're glad to have you with us, buddy. Hope to
Yeah.
have you more.
And what I get a kick out of is that other schools charge. We're charging $10 for you to live stream a game
Sure.
where you guys are doing it because you want to do it
Yeah,
and you love it.
And we're doing it, with this huge amount of support from individuals within the community and some other, sponsorships and big support from groups such as the Sailor Classic and Trophy House is now in there as our official apparel sponsor. We're working out some awesome swag to wear for that.
You guys just don't do football; you do it all. That's the appeal.
Yep, absolutely. And that's really one of the things that we wanted to be able to do. But I tell you what, I look at it from the standpoint, this crew, including yourself on meets like this, Steve, being able to come in here, you're literally giving away a Saturday or at least several hours.
For sure.
But we're doing it because we love it.
Yeah.
The reason we can is because of the support we've got from the community. So it really is a collective effort to bring this forward.
Well, not only
Josiah down
is
7-4
Steve
with
giving
6
away, part of his day, I'm assuming his wife is making us lunch as we speak.
Oh,
so right after
it's already
this,
done.
but-
It's already packed
yeah,
in
so
bags.
I thought we'd come over, watch a little NCAA wrestling just to see if we can pick up some
I don't
verbiage
know if it's on.
and break some bread with you. So, but what are we having for lunch today? We're just going to do like Ficano's Pizza?
We're going to do gyros.
We're going to do gyros?
Gyros.
Yeah,
That's how the
gyros.
Greeks really
The
say it
gyros.
in Greece.
Gyros.
Gyros.
Gyros with some spanakopita on the side there.
Whoa.
Gyros.
With pita chips and red pepper hummus would be delicious.
I'd
Probably
like some
nice
fiery
Greek salad.
feta. I'd like some fiery
It's 7-4. We're 1:45 counting down in the third and final period. 145-pound weight class going on right now.
Now, Josiah, correct?
Josiah O'Brien, yep.
Now, is that? No, that wouldn't be a reversal or a takedown because he was on top.
He
when
started on top, right.
So you get some back time here.
He's
You
back
can
in
tie
it.
this up.
He's
Yep.
back in it for sure. He's kind of giving a cradle up a little bit, but he didn't,
right, grabbing
didn't
that
see
right
it.
leg there a little bit.
Oh, there.
Oh, here we go.
just a
Now we're going to
tad.
try.
No, I don't think people realize what it takes to put on an event like this for the wrestling.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, you've got to have table help. You've got to have announcers. I mean, it's
Referees?
a big deal. Yeah, these referees are both excellent, by the way.
These what?
These referees.
Oh, are they?
They're
Yeah.
all over the place. These
Yeah.
guys.
Now,
And they're not getting paid a ton.
Yeah.
They're doing it because they want to.
yeah, exactly. So these are the wrestling. Are those the competitive cheer mats up there then, I'm assuming?
Those last year were wrestling. They probably are competitive cheer.
Okay, so those were last year's wrestling mats?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
We're
it's good
under
to
1
see
minute
that
here in the
Mona
third
Shores
period.
gets their money's worth out of this gym too, Joe.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always something going on
Yeah.
here.
Always.
Scores now 8-4. 49 seconds counting down here in the third period.
Josiah's got to take some risks here. He's got to
Yeah,
get. He's
yeah.
got to.
We're getting near the 30-second mark here in the third and final period of the 145-pound weight class. Yeah. I mean, we got to just shoot and try to go and hope we get a pin at this point, but it's going to be a struggle.
And obviously the gentleman from Cedar Springs
It was well
is going to
coached.
play a little defense here.
Oh, sure. She's going to buy time right
Yeah,
now.
you got
and
2
he-
points,
Yeah, got
6
two.
to 8. Now you get some. You got to make something. Oh, he's going to
Yeah,
let him up.
6 to
See, he
8.
cut him, and he's going to get 2
Roll him
more
over,
for a
can get down to
takedown.
his back, baby.
Well, I tell you what
What a
tied
nice-
it up.
Oh, it's 8-9 right now with 4,
Oh.
3, 2,
Shoot.
1.
Oh, what an effort!
Well,
Still
we
3
still
seconds
got
'cause he
time.
was
There's
outside.
3 seconds left. Can he get a point in 3 seconds?
And a takedown.
No, he's gonna. Yeah, he's gonna give him the point. He just gave him the point because he let him up, and now he's got 3 seconds to get a takedown to tie it up. And he Did not get it.
No,
What
didn't
an
get it.
effort.
Oh,
What an effort.
great effort. Final score
What
here in
an-
the 145-pound
what
weight
an-
class.
Coach
number
LeMay is
8.
very happy with that.
Got to be happy with that
Oh,
one.
what that is a great match. That was very good. Is that your son? Were you building? Okay.
Steve talking with some of the fans that are here at the Sailor
You
Center.
know, Swanker's just a fan-friendly type guy.
He
though, too.
is,
He
I'll tell
just
you.
brings not only the knowledge of the sport, but the charisma that it takes to be an established color analyst.
Yes.
There's no question about it.
In between, we get a break here. I'm going to go down and I'm going to talk to a couple wrestlers and some coaches to see
Great idea.
their
Yeah.
thoughts on.
Yeah, great idea.
I know Coach LeMay personally, and he's going to be so excited and so proud of his wrestlers.
Well, it looks like we've come to an end right here to it right now.
At least
Well,
for
we're out
the-
of weight. We're out of wrestlers.
All right. Well, why don't you want Joe? Do you want to take a quick break here a
Let's
minute?
just make sure I don't see anybody else
Yeah,
dressed
let's-
up.
Well,
so
hold on. I think you got one more sailor going to come up
We
and
gotta
wrestle here.
swing.
Putting his headgear on.
All right. We'll see.
We're gonna give these JV kids their due too because
Absolutely
they work just
are.
as hard. I don't know who it is.
What kind of weight room experience do wrestlers go through?
I think they do a little bit in the off season.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it's a powerlifting program by no means,
No.
but
But they're still in there toning up their bodies and the muscles that they use, I'm assuming.
right.
Once again, a lot of kudos to Kim and Kodos, Impact Media, who's been with us since the beginning. Sailor Nation Sports Network bringing these shots to you, Matt side.
Kim and the best in the business, I'll tell you. The eye in the sky, we call him.
Right now, he's the eye on the floor.
Now he's the eye on the floor. Now he's ground
Gonna get
level.
that cross face. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Is this JV, Steve?
Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah.
Going for
Interesting
a cradle.
fact about Coach LeMay is that he is a huge Penn State wrestling fan.
Is he really?
Coach
Huge.
LeMay is?
Yes. And I said to him in the past, hey, let's dump these uniforms and get some new ones. We get, Adidas. Well, if you know anything about Penn State wrestling and Mona Shore's singlets, they're the same.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Are these new ones in that we're
No,
looking
they're
at?
not new. They just, instead of saying Penn State on them, they say Mona Shores.
Oh, I got you.
So he's not switching.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Does the wrestling team do some fundraisers like football and some of the other sports? Or-
not as much, no.
It's pretty tough with
No.
limited numbers, I would think.
Right.
And their expenses aren't as great as some of the other sports
No,
as
I mean,
well.
they
Looking to try and turn him over, but it's just not moving.
like I said, Coach LeMay is going to be very happy with the effort of his team.
Well, that's good. That's all you can ask for, I guess, at this point with the, young numbers and grooming them, and they're young.
They're
With
a young
only one
team.
seniors. I mean, they're with only one senior, they are young.
Absolutely.
Trying to break that arm in, take control of it. Unable to do that.
We almost need some binoculars. It would be helpful. Even,
I actually have binoculars in the car.
okay. You get older like we are, and I find myself squinting a little bit, Joe.
Maybe a change in the prescription of
Oh,
the
these are brand new.
glasses there?
Brand new.
Brand new. We might want to
I'd take 'em back.
You can't see. I don't know. Might want to talk to
Oh,
the
you
optometrist.
give these guys an inch, they'll take a mile on you. They will just, especially
Brutal profession. It's a brutal profession.
especially the legend Davros. He's been around the block so many times that
He gets lost and gets dizzy. He's been
you get to his age, he gets lost a few times, but he still
Yeah.
knows the way back.
Yeah, well,
He might kiss some babies and
yeah,
run for office, but he's right there. If he
He's
can,
right
he can
there
step
for you.
over,
yeah.
there he goes.
Oh, there he goes.
That's nice. Oh, then it looked like he was going to try
35 seconds
cradle.
remaining here in period 2. JV
It's
match going on.
145, Coach.
145 weight class.
Coach LeMay's got to do a job on recruiting some of these smaller guys. I know we got a couple 103-pounders walking around the hallways, wouldn't you think, Coach?
God, I would think so.
Time winding down.
That's why having coaches in the building are huge.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely, especially your head coaches, Steve, and you know that.
Right.
You know, as a former head coach yourself, conference championship coach, coach of the year in the OK Black Conference. Now the defunct FCC.
Yeah, the old school.
Yes.
Now it's green.
And now we're green for olive complected. Oh.
2 points.
I was going to say, that might be 2 points for a takedown right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do they keep score? Now, I notice we're not keeping score up there. I mean, do they?
Yeah, they must be doing it because it's JV matches.
Yeah, right. They just experience at this point. Before LeMay was head coach, who was head coach before LeMay, pre-LeMay? You may not know because Robbie wasn't here. So when Robbie was in middle school.
Coach G, that's what his name was about 25 letters long.
Oh.
Instead of saying it, he called him Coach G.
Coach G.
He moved out of town.
25 letters long. That sounds Greek, doesn't it?
No, he was I don't
Hina
think.
Kapopoulos?
Yeah, something like
they
that.
have something like that. Right, yeah.
Coach G.
All right.
Coach LeMay spent some time at Grand Haven as an assistant coach.
Oh, he did? Okay.
And we stole him from Grand Haven.
He live in the area?
Lives in Grand Haven still.
Oh, does he? Okay.
I'll tell you, Coach LeMay has really immersed himself in wrestling here.
Nice win for the young fella.
From day one, quite honestly. He has been not only just the biggest cheerleader for wrestling that you could find, but he has been supportive of every other sport.
Yeah.
Football, I mean, you see him involved in supporting
The camera
everything
crew
else.
and the
yeah,
film.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. And we actually had the opportunity, and I think it was the Reef Puffer game, perhaps, where we did the interview of him. It was his first year, I think. And he was talking about the rebirth of the wrestling program with his guidance and direction at the helm, and he's been a great supporter of us at Sailor Nation Sports Network.
Maybe we can get him up here afterwards just to chat a little bit when Steve goes down to talk.
Yeah, I can bring him up.
Yeah, see if he wants to.
Ask him if he'd like to.
I'm going to make my way down there, and I'll start working on that right now, guys.
All right, buddy.
Okay?
Sounds good, yeah.
You
Thanks,
do.
Steve.
Not sure what weight class this is.
It looks like 145.
145, that's what it says on there.
So, yeah, again, those that are joining us and watching, the other interesting thing about today is the doubleheader. We've mentioned it a couple of times. A little bit later this afternoon, we'll be back on the air for competitive cheer. Great opportunity to cover I think it's the Mona Shores Invitational is what it is referred to as.
That's a huge event.
Yes.
Lots of teams. Now, I don't know, because of COVID, if, you're restricted on how many you can invite, capacity of your facilities because of the COVID situation. But it's certainly nice. You and I are blessed. We've been inoculated, got both of our shots. And just to have that little defense in there. We still wear masks. We still social distance, do the right stuff. But it's all good. Oh. Yeah, now we're on our back. Well, this is tough. Try to fight. Try to get that reversal out of there if you can. And this is a nice thing that Steve Swanker
keeping
brings
that shoulder off, getting some back time points
that
here.
Roll if you can. So
able
now
to
he's
get off
back
of
on
his back.
belly.
So you got
3 points right there for the reversal. Steve down there at the head scoring table right there. Huh?
I'll tell you what, we've mentioned it several times. Coach LeMay bringing this program up, and I don't know how it is that you fill in those weight gaps. How do you do that? That's got to be one of the biggest struggles ever. I mean, you literally have to, different than football, where you can find a spot for almost any size kid to do something.
Yeah. Right.
Whereas in wrestling, you have to have a specific weight in order to fill that weight class.
Right. You can't say,
difficult.
hey, you look like you're a wide receiver, so you're going to be there. You're in lineman, yeah, you're a couple hundred pounds, so you can play lineman.
You literally have to have somebody that weighs a certain amount.
Right.
And then have an interest in the sport.
And
besides.
not being in the building. How do you recruit kids? When do you fight? You don't have time, Joe. You don't have time to walk the halls or go into classroom to ask the PE teachers or send out a Facebook message, hey, anybody interested, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
It's tough. And because of the weight restriction, it makes it even tougher. You bring up a great point. How much you weigh? Well, I'm 95 pounds. Perfect. Come on out for wrestling.
Well, and even more so, I'm sure that it's not the way that Coach LeMay would. Let's say you already have two wrestlers that are at the 145 pound weight. A third one wants to come, is interested in wrestling.
Yeah, you're not going to say no.
You don't, absolutely don't, but how often do you get the opportunity to give them a wrestling match? You've rotated out with the other 145ers?
Or like Steve said, hey, I need you to, would you be willing to drop 4 or 5 pounds to get to this? Or would you be willing to eat more to go up? I've got openings at both ends of 145. Yeah. The lower and the other. Do you want to go up? You want to go down?
It's such a
it's a unique
sport.
It really is a unique sport. And you might have a kid, no, my parents really want me to stay at this weight class. It's the healthiest for me, blah, blah. Okay.
Yeah.
Then you're going to have to earn, you're going to have to beat Sammy Smith out to be my number one 145-pound wrestler.
Cedar Rapids. I believe that our overall team score now is the match score, because they don't have the points below.
No, I see that.
So Cedar Rapids 5-1 against the Sailors in this current match. We're in the third period. Coming to the end of it here, 6 seconds left. Looks as though it'll be another win for Cedar Rapids. Again, we're on the JV level of wrestling. We've got one more match against the, I don't know if are we going against Belding next, or that's who we were against, was Belding? I don't recall. Do you recall, Nick?
What's that, buddy? I'm sorry.
Who did we wrestle first? Was it Belding?
We did Belding first.
Okay. All right, I'm looking to see. I don't know if we have any other wrestlers getting ready over. Coach LeMay going over some of the technique stuff from our most recent wrestler who finished up. Unfortunately did not win. Looks as though we are at a break point, if I'm seeing correctly. If that is the case, then there'll be another shift of wrestlers. We'll be taking on, I have to find out who our third opponent will be. But we'll be going into that here shortly. It does look like we're at a break point, so we're going to go ahead and take a quick break.
Yeah, that sounds good.
You guys can do that.
Got to pass along to you as well.
Yeah, and we will be back shortly.
Looking to buy or sell? Look no further than our broadcast booth sponsor, John Vandervelde at Nexus Realty. Give them a call at 231-759-3634 or go see them at 880 West Broadway Avenue in Muskegon. Nexus Realty, team-based real estate professionals.
All the protection you need, nothing you don't. At Lake Michigan Insurance Agency, save on the insurance you need and stop paying for the insurance you don't need. Trust our experts to find the perfect amount of coverage for you, making sure you're covered when you need it and how you need it. But the savings don't stop there. We also shop over 16 insurance providers, industry leaders like Citizens and Frankenmuth Insurance, to make sure you get the highest quality coverage at the lowest possible rate. In Muskegon County, trust Ryan Rozecki to start a quote for you today. Visit Ryan at our Norton Avenue office in the Park Place Shopping Center near Goodwill and Pints and Courts Restaurant, or visit lmc.org/insurance to get started.
There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 300,000 participants here in Michigan who take part in high school sports.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Sailor Nation Sports. I'm not sure if we're into the afternoon yet.
Not yet, not quite yet.
We got 14 minutes still in the morning, and we are going on hour number 3 here at Sailor Nation Sports. Kim and Codis, the best in the business, the eye in the sky. Down on Matt's side, Joe Knukin, the godfather of Sailor Nation Sports. I'm Nick Davros, and we're going to welcome a very dear friend, color analyst Steve Swanker. Steve, welcome, buddy, and good morning.
Well, thank you, Nick. It's a joy to be here with the
We're
legends.
grateful to have you here. We're at the Sailor Quad here on the beautiful campus of Mona Shores Heights at Mona Shores High School, the eighth wonder of the world, the Sailor Center. And right now the Sailors are going against, who are we going against?
Coopersville.
Coopersville, the Broncos of Coopersville High School. It's the 160-pound weight class.
Got the senior Brendan Claycomb, who is 2-0 today in wrestling. Amazing.
Trying to go for the trifecta here.
Whoa.
Going to have a little workout in front of him, though, I think.
Yeah, I think we hit the main event today for
So-
Brendan with Coopersville.
Yeah, so you got a chance to go down to talk to the coach and stuff. What'd you find out? What's going on down there, buddy?
Well, it's a positive atmosphere, even though you're down. You've lost both of them team-wise, but I think there's a lot of positives to come out of today.
Oh, absolutely. You're a young team. You're a building program. The numbers are low. And, Joe and I were talking during the break that recruiting kids to wrestle has got to be one of the toughest things you can do. And we said that because, a football coach can say, hey, you're good. I think you can be a lineman.
Right,
I think you can be a skill kid. I think you're going to be a slot. I think you're going to be this. In wrestling, you can't say, hey, I need you to wrestle. You want to come out? Well, I've got 140. I got 3 145s. I need a 98er, or I need a 105. How do you go around finding a kid that's 105?
That'd be tough.
It would be tough. And then so you say, well, coach, I weigh 110. Well, would you be willing to drop 5 pounds to help me out? It's really tough,
You
Steve.
figure if that kid weighs 105 pounds, that he doesn't have a whole lot of weight to lose,
Right.
unless he cuts off his fingers.
Exactly. Finding specific. So you're literally looking for bodies to fill weight slots. You're not just looking for bodies. You're looking for specific bodies. And hopefully you can recruit that kid to come out.
And if you've never wrestled before, the flip side is that you don't want to tell him that you're going to be wrestling a kid that's been wrestling for 12 years.
Yeah.
Right.
It's going to
that's
tangle
gonna be-
you into
Yeah,
a mess.
Yeah. Welcome
and
to
by
the
way,
world
you're
of
gonna be
wrestling.
twisted like a pretzel.
Right.
Yeah, right. And your match may last 45 seconds long.
If that, yeah.
Yeah, if that. It's. I've taken a better liking, and I like watching wrestling, but the ability to have to recruit kids to wrestle.
I think we talked about it all day. Is it starts at the youth level.
Steve, are there programs out there that you're aware of below middle school? Do they start kids in elementary?
Oh, absolutely. It's the My Way program. It's all
The
youth.
My Way program.
Mona Shores has not this year, but has had in the past a My Way team where you can travel all over the West Michigan to go. You can go every Sunday and wrestle if your kid wants to.
Really?
And it's extremely cheap. You pay $10 entry fee, and you pay to get in as a parent, and then it's. You're there the whole keep. You pay $10 entry fee, and you pay to get in as a parent, and then
And you're coaching your kid, or are there My Way coaches?
they're My Way coaches.
Wow, I did not know that.
What a great way to get them immersed into the,
Yeah.
to the sport, to start that process of learning the life lessons that we've been talking about. And if they stay with that all the way through from, the start of that all the way through their, high school or college careers, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. And you wonder why, and people wonder, well, why do you bring these color analysts to answer questions like that?
Absolutely.
I never would have known that stuff like that.
No, I think when you get in middle school, you can definitely tell the kid that has been wrestling already for 3 years compared to the kid that just.
So how'd you
Just
get
watched-
Robbie involved? Were you a wrestler in high school?
No, I was not. A good friend of ours, two good friends, Tom and Jeff
No, you
Barton.
don't have two good friends. You
Tom
gotta
and
have
Jeff
one.
Barton's son and
Stop.
daughter
He thinks
both
he's
wrestled.
got two good friends here.
And they
Go ahead.
talked Robbie into wrestling for My
no,
Way.
that's great.
And it stuck.
No, that's wonderful. And now your son's coaching. It's just super. 2-0 Sailors up. 39 seconds remaining here in period number 2. It's 160-pound weight class. Coopersville, the Broncos of Coopersville, just down on 96, are are our next combatants.
And Coopersville's got a really good wrestling program too, don't they, Steve?
Yeah, I think their youth program. It's the schools that you wouldn't think about. Allendale,
Good wrestling coach.
huge,
Yeah, real big.
huge youth program.
Looking for the
Brendan
pin
in a little
here.
bit of trouble here, but
Looking at a little
he
trouble.
can get out of it.
He's got 10 seconds to try to get out of it. Coach Swanker down to 7. Can he hang
He's just
in there?
got to.
5,
He's fighting
4,
hard off his back.
3, 2, 1.
Oh,
Man.
With 1 second left.
He slammed his hand down before that whistle, though. Did you see that too, Joe?
Yeah,
Or is it?
yep.
Okay.
So it's a pin.
Yep.
Yeah, with
They're
about
gonna talk about it.
with the second left.
Our crack staff on the head table over there.
Well, we've
Oh,
got
they-
instant replay, don't we? Of
No,
that?
not.
Nope.
Oh,
What they're
I
going
didn't-
to
I didn't
decide
grab
is
that
they're
one.
going to give them 3 back points. The pin did not count.
So
there's
I didn't
life.
I didn't hit the instant replay button on that. I wish I would have, but we wouldn't have been able to hear the whistle on that either. So it was bang bang.
boy,
for sure.
I tell you, it was close. But it's not a pin. We live to fight another period with 2 minutes. Period number 2, 160-pound weight class.
Interesting facts about Brendan. His favorite class is aerobics, which goes hand in hand with wrestling. He's getting his cardio in.
Yeah. Yeah, Angelina had an aerobics class.
Aerobics. What was your favorite class in high school, gentlemen?
Mine was getting out of class.
Mine was gym. I had it 3 periods my senior year at Muskegon.
Back in the day,
Back
it was,
in the day.
it was still called civics.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
It was.
civics.
But
I enjoyed
loved,
my civics. I
I
had,
loved civics.
Ace Cutler at Bunker Junior High School back in the day was one of my favorite teachers.
Did they have the pool back then, Coach?
Yes, they had the pool back then. Learned to swim at the Y first, but we had
You had a pool.
Yeah. And it wasn't co-ed pool. It wasn't co-ed swimming back then either. Everything was separate back in the
Yeah,
day.
your bathing suits were optional.
No, they were. There weren't bathing suits back then when we.
You know
had
what?
to
I'm
swim
going to
there.
bet you I knew the answer to that before I even asked you, Coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the day, it was still Mr. Funkhauser was doing civics.
Yeah. Oh,
You remember
back
that,
in the-
Steve? You went through here with
I
Mr.
did.
with
I don't
Mr.
think I ever had
Funkhauser?
him.
No?
Who's that?
Mr. Jacob Funkhauser? Mr. Funkhauser?
Well, Brendan's got to figure something out. He's running out of time. 40 seconds left in the second, down 7-0.
That's going to be
And
a
on
long,
his back right now.
That's going to be a long time to fight from your back, so you got to get turned around, that's for
Yeah.
sure. He's going to get it, though.
27
He's
seconds
almost there.
remaining. Can he hold off for the 20-plus seconds now?
Nope. the
Third
answer's not
period,
gonna be
and
able
that
to.
was it. No, it was
But-
just too
but-
much
It's a
to
good
give.
hard fight.
Coach,
though.
like we've talked all day, they're not quitting. They're not quitting at all.
Your shores. What year did you graduate?
I graduated in '86.
Okay, that was you graduated in
93.
Whoa, you're just a
God, you
baby.
Both are babies.
He's
No,
a
I was-
baby.
I was going to say, you're a lot older than your brother, aren't you?
God, I was my second year head JV coach at Muskegon when you guys were.
And Joe's
Coach against you.
part-time job is he runs the fire department in the city of Norton Shores.
Part-time job.
The 171-pound weight
Peyton
class.
Peterson.
Peyton Peterson representing 171.
Steve, another question for you. How do they determine the breakdown, the weight breakdown? Like, why isn't it like 170, 175, 180, 180? What is the rationale behind why 171?
You know,
Yeah, why
I
isn't it
really
like
don't have that
5-pound
answer, but
increments?
it even gets even more confusing at the college level. They're not the same there either.
Really?
No.
That's pretty crazy. I wonder what the rationale behind setting
That's a
those
great
is.
question.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not like 5-pound increments all the way down.
Yeah.
No,
Some
because the
easy-
heavier you get, the bigger the gap is.
Oh, really?
Well, you got 215, and Ezra weighs 200.
Okay. What's the heaviest weight class that we have?
285. Oh, we have is 215.
215, but the
There's a
heaviest in MHSA is 285.
285. We don't.
So if you're above 285, you're not wrestling.
Right.
There's not a super heavyweight.
Nope.
So these 300-pound linemen that are playing football. They can't wrestle, can they?
No, I don't think so.
Wow. You would think you'd have a super heavyweight just because the weight, high school has gotten heavier now.
Bigger, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. 45 seconds remaining in
So-
period one. 171-pound weight class. Sailors up 2-1.
Another question for you, Steve. This sizing up of each other right now, kind of looking for where the advantage may be. What do you do during that? What are you looking for on an opponent?
The kid might duck his head a little bit. Might have his leg out there just for the taking for a single, or even an ankle pick. It's just like right now, you can tell this kid from Coopersville is an experienced wrestler.
How can you tell? I mean, what do you see out there right now that says this kid knows what he's doing?
Well, it's just how he was, like Joe was saying, squaring him up, and then boom, he went right to a double. And
I got you. Okay. See, this is why we have people that know what they're talking about.
I love it.
Yeah, I do too.
It. So the gentleman running around with the pool noodle,
Yes.
he's keeping an eye on the clock, correct?
Yep.
I saw him tap the referee on the back to signify whether or not the
He
period
might
is
get
done.
up with 15 seconds and make his way over there. Because, you want to see parents get mad if you don't tap them right away. And then,
Yeah, and it causes a pin or a point.
on that last one.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Period number 2, 171-pound
the
weight class.
tapper on our mat is Adam Purple. It's Ezra's dad.
Okay. And Sailors up 4-1. We're 135 counting down here in period number 2.
We're down.
Yeah, it's flipped this time.
Oh, it's flipped
Yep.
this time? I gotcha.
Yep, that's
All right,
correct.
we're down 4-1 then.
And down
Gotcha.
6-0 overall.
He's going to get to his feet. He's got that leg.
Did Ezra Purple's dad go to the Shores too?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I wonder if he was a wrestler at all.
Takedown, 2 points, Coopersville.
Look at how he's got the one leg, Joe, like you were talking.
Yep.
Remember? Look at the one that's up in the air
You
like that.
isolate a leg.
Yeah.
Got the referee's arm moving. He's
Yeah.
getting some back points here.
Wow. That kid, our kid is defenseless. Look at that.
Yeah, your body's not supposed to bend like that.
No. Mine doesn't.
Is there a tap out?
No.
I didn't think so. I mean, obviously, like, if you're in a position where you're actually in
Pain.
They'll
pain,
stop
like,
it. They'll stop it.
like
Oh.
obviously you bend the wrong ways, like you're not supposed to bend, kind of a thing. I didn't know if there's any type of a tap out on
No,
that.
there's
or-
no. Hey, the tap out is just
Get pinned.
relax your body, and
Yeah, but that could be putting you more into that position.
The more pain.
well, then hopefully you get pinned. That's your tap.
Yeah, wow.
Here at Mona Shores, we don't do that.
We don't tap out, baby. No, sir.
I get it.
We're
I
going.
get it.
Yes, sir.
I
Bob.
rip an arm off before we're
Amen. Thank you. Do you know who I am? I don't tap out.
The wrestling team's definitely taking on the personality of their head coach. Got a little fire in his belly.
Is LeMay a Grand Haven grad, you said?
No, he graduated at East Side of the state.
Oh, did he?
I want to say Troy High School.
Oh, that's good size high school. Yeah. The Trojans of Troy High.
Coach LeMay did wrestle in college. It's a D1 school in Pennsylvania.
Penn State?
No.
Oh, okay. I just thought I'd ask. Good for him. Good. He's a nice guy. He's got a nice personality and pleasant demeanor.
Yeah,
and it
he's
sounds
doing
like
for
the kids really
reason.
like
He doesn't
him.
have a kid in a program. He's doing it because he loves the sport of wrestling.
No, it shows. It shows on the demeanor of the kids as well. You know, Connor McGinley, Ezra Purple that played football
Jake
for
Wall.
us. Yeah, they're just good kids.
Got a
And
little
they're
edge to 'em.
Yep. Got a good things going here. We just got to get them numbers.
Great shots by Kim and Kotis, Impact Media down there. Matt's side getting us great shots.
The eye in the sky, the best in the business, always right there with us. Kim's going to be doing double duties with us. Well, he's going to be interesting to see where he's going to be for competitive cheers
My
coming
guess
up.
is that he's going to be set up right here because everything is right in the
Right
square
here in front
of
of
the
us,
middle.
right here,
Yep,
yeah.
So
Kind of
his-
like basketball.
his
he was
shot will
at-
be right
yeah.
here, square
Compete
on.
at a time. Just
Huh?
one
What's that?
in competitive cheer, just one at a time.
Yeah,
Yes.
That's why you're going to be here until midnight.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think midnight, but
Probably
it'll-
11:30. Yeah, yep, we're going to be here.
Will it be dark?
I don't know. We're starting
Yeah, who
early
knows?
enough. I mean, it's starting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Could-
So
It could go 3 hours, though. It's long.
Depends
So,
on how many
Steve,
people are here.
with all that said, you might want to get with the wife ASAP because we will be coming over for lunch.
Right.
But maybe like a little dinner snack sent our way would be kind of nice if you want to bring it this way.
Gyros. I told you.
Gyros. Yep.
She's got
Yep.
them in the microwave as we speak.
As we speak. You got it from the pita place, though, right?
Right.
Okay.
how does the pita place stack up for traditional Greek food?
Well, owned by the Palace family, a Greek family, the best in town.
I love the pita place.
Yeah, and I said we just had some the other night that I fed everybody at my house. In fact, I'll just share a little tidbit story. One of my players, the young Palace, has his uncle owns a pita place. Called in a favor, see if he would help me out. Donated a pregame meal our last game.
Oh,
You
nice,
fed all the
nice,
football
nice.
players, so that was nice. Peter Billy Palace helping us up here. KP Kyle's uncle fed us, and it was we had gyros, we had some pita chips, hummus, red pepper hummus, traditional Greek meal. All right.
McGinley, the junior.
The 189-pound weight class up right now.
Not really a
Boys.
takedown yet, is it?
No, not yet.
Not yet. No, he's fighting it.
There it
Now
is.
there's
a
there.
takedown.
Now he's got the two. Boy, this Coopersville team, well called by you, well coached, well disciplined. They got some athletes out there. Well, you want to talk about some nice football facilities. We're talking about turf and everything. They have a beautiful football field there, all turfed and everything. More and more schools are going to it.
I think because of the usefulness, the all year
Oh, I
round
think so too,
usefulness.
yeah. Well, especially now with lacrosse growing in popularity.
And maintenance. You talk
Oh,
about
yeah.
the years and years of maintenance of the grass.
Todd told us
Fertilizer, water,
to
cutting, chalking. Yeah.
to maintain a football field, $18,500 a year.
Wow.
That's a year.
That's almost as much as you spend on your lawn at home.
Yeah, almost.
Almost, not quite.
Almost. No, yeah, not quite. It's
His
a little-
lawnmower costs $35,000.
Oh yeah, it's that high-tech riding lawnmower.
You got one of those
Cam
robotic.
McGinley.
Well, not only that, but mine's self-driving now. Yeah, it's the latest technology. Only the best in
Well, he can
Beechwood.
do it all by his phone. The only problem with that is that his phone's never with him, right, Joe?
Wow.
True story, touche. You got it right
Wow,
there.
Let's just double team the old man here. It's all right.
He's fighting it. He worked real well off his back
Yeah.
there, Coach.
Yep.
All
4 to
right,
6
so-
is score. We're
so
25 seconds remaining in the
stop right
period
there.
one.
He came across with his forearm. I think he's just trying. He's trying to break the head in and
It was
get
a
it. But
pretty aggressive
Right.
crossface.
yes.
Yeah.
So that's what the stop is. That a warning? Do you get a warning from the referees? Or?
I mean, you can see that get missed too, but yeah, that was obviously a nice crossface.
Yeah.
A little bit too nice.
So what happens? There's no points there. It's a warning from the referee. correct?
Right.
If you do it again, do you sacrifice a
I
point?
believe so,
Can you
yes.
Be disqualified from the match.
Keep doing it, you will be
yeah.
for sure.
So these guys, so that's Mr. Purple over there. He pants the official. What if you took it, that little thing there, that little, and just whacked the guy like?
Well,
You think the official might whack you back in?
you probably don't want to mess with him.
No, I don't think this guy's a big guy here too.
Got Cam down 7-4 right now.
Boy, you know, a big guy that I thought, you know, was bigger. Executive Director Mark Ewell, 6'4".
Yeah, yeah.
He's a good-sized boy.
I don't know if you knew that or not, Steve. We did the hockey game last Saturday. It was the Stan Conrad.
I did see that.
And we had the very surprising opportunity to, between period 1 and period 2
and 3.
Mark Ewell, the executive director of the MHSSA,
awesome.
his son was playing against the Sailors. He came up and did an interview with us. Very exclusive and very unexpected, but it was fantastic.
Wow,
it was a
that's
great
awesome.
opportunity.
Well,
it's credit for
rumor
you
has
guys.
it ESPN's going to have us on there. They're going to re-air that interview on ESPN.
Well, I heard that with
Yeah, rumor had it.
M7 Sports, but I haven't heard that with you guys yet.
Oh, you. You know what I love about Steve? He just gets that little jab, little salt in the wound.
Looking over at our other Matt over here to the
That's
left, to
somebody
the east end.
Bumped it.
Looks like they're checking his neck out.
Yeah, is that camera rolling right
No.
now? No.
No.
Okay, we shut it down. Okay, because I was going to go over there. Yeah, I got a little injury, sports injury. I'm assuming Dan, our trainer, is here. I think that's Dan, right? I'll let you know in a minute. Yeah, that's Dan. He's over there tending to business.
He's getting up now on his own
Yeah.
power. Probably a stinger of sorts.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's got to be pretty frequent, isn't it, Steve? Especially when you're rolling over like
it can
that.
be. Cam McGinley.
Looking at a pin over here for the
Fighting
Sailors.
it
He
off.
got it.
Unbelievable.
Look
What
at
an
that
effort.
quick move.
What
Cam,
an effort by Cam
that
McGinley.
was great.
You're rolling over
It
like
can
that.
be. Cam McGinley.
Looking at a pin over here for the
Fighting
Sailors.
it
He
off.
got it.
Unbelievable.
Look
What
at
an
that
effort.
quick move.
What
Cam,
an effort by Cam. And even as a sophomore, is that he might not have tried that hard in the years past, but boy, he looked great there.
You're
he's
rolling
another
over
kid
like
that
that.
gave up
Cam
football to
McGinley.
Looking at a pin
concentrate.
over here for the
Fighting
Sailors.
it
He
off.
got
As
it.
much as I want to
Unbelievable.
look
What
at
an
that
effort.
quick move.
What
Cam,
an
I just
effort
wanna- well, good
by
for him,
Cam.
and it's showing it right now. Ezra's another example of a young man that gave up football to concentrate on wrestling. And that speaks highly, really, to Coach LeMay that they want to be, with him more.
Right.
You miss wrestling? You miss coaching a little bit?
I do.
Do you? Yeah, we miss having you around. You were good for kids. You were good for the program. The kids loved you. I necessarily didn't love you. I liked you, but,
Well, the problem is I think you liked me too much.
Yeah, that might be.
Interesting
that might-
fact about Coach Davros is that I am his favorite coach, along with Ezra.
Yeah, right up there.
Somewhere up there.
Way up there.
Well, Swanker's got a pool. I can't offer, a pool to my kids. I just can't offer some
As
stuff.
we're getting some more back points.
Look at Ezra. Up 2-0 right away here. 1:15 remaining in period one, the 215-pound weight class.
Once again, Steve, pleasure to have you here in the booth with us. The John Vandervelde, the Nexus Realty broadcast booth here from the Sailor Center. You bring
My pleasure.
such insight and
It's just a joy
detail
to
and
have you,
quality.
yeah. And what's nicer, for you and I, is we get to ask some good questions.
Sure.
And we're going to get some good quality answers. And, for everyone that comes up here and helps us out, we are certainly grateful for the opportunity. And, just to spend the time with Steve here, Coach Swanker.
Maintaining control, looking to get his arm underneath to be able to take control of one of those arms to be able to try to.
It's interesting to watch him. So he couldn't do it one way. Now he changes around and tries to do it another way. And this is where that offensive thinking comes into play, as well as, hey, I've got to try to do this, but I also have to defend against.
Right, because the kid on the bottom is thinking the exact. He's
Right.
trying to get out of there.
He's trying to get out.
So look at his forearm on his head.
Yeah, I know. Look at that.
Is that? I mean, I don't know where things are allowable as far as.
I don't either.
I mean, you're not. It's not intended to be a situation where you're inflicting pain. But
Okay, so excuse me. So why did they stop? What was? Oh, because the period.
Periods,
came in.
yeah.
I got you. Go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry.
So from that perspective, Ezra has the opportunity. Like you grind your forearm into the back of somebody's
Yeah.
head.
Yeah.
You're I mean, it's a momentum and a positioning thing, but it's also
1
got to
point,
be
Ezra.
excruciating to the other player that's getting ground in.
This isn't for everyone.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
145, period 2. Sailors up 3-0,
No, the sport,
215
it isn't
pound weight
for
class.
everyone.
Yeah.
It
Oh,
takes
no.
a special kind of person, and it takes a special family to have a wrestler in their family.
Oh, I bet, yeah. Well, just with, with weight restrictions, what can you cook? What can I feed my son to be competitive?
But I tell you what, the other thing is, obviously with the weight classes, you will see that naturally, but there is such a wide variety of body builds
Oh, for sure.
in this sport, from the thin, tall, scrappy, gangly to the, he looks like a bulldog.
Well, this kid's huge. I know it.
Ezra looks like a little bulldog. Like,
Yeah, he does. Looks like a little pit bull
You gotta watch
fighting a
that
big
headlock,
Doberman. And that's what surprises me is that, you can only, the heaviest you can be is 285. Well, I'm bigger than 285, but I still want to wrestle. I'm surprised somebody hasn't challenged that said,
Right.
hey, we need to have a super heavyweight.
sure.
Like, do colleges have super heavyweight?
No.
No. What's your minimum then? Not 285.
What's that?
What's college's maximum?
285, I believe.
Really?
The Coopersville wrestler is very tired right now. I think Ezra has an opportunity here. If
Yeah.
he can get some momentum moving him some way, it almost looks like the Coopersville wrestler is kind of just battling off. He doesn't want to get down any more points than what he has to.
Down
3-0.
3-0.
Yep, Sailors are
Team
3-0.
score 6-9. There's Ezra with a little move right there.
Got 8 seconds. You don't want to give up any late points either on Ezra's part.
No, 2-1.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. He's exhausted.
Yeah, the Coopersville guy, you could tell it. Like, look at him. He's just.
They kind of
Yeah.
both look like they might want to take a nap.
Yeah, but Ezra's got a little bit. It looks, at least from
Well,
here,
Ezra
that
looks
Ezra's got
like-
a little
yeah.
bit more in it.
Right.
Right.
The Coopersville guy is exhausted right now.
No, yeah. Ezra's body language says, hey, I got a little bit left in
Right.
the tank. The Coopersville guy says, I can
I'm
tap
done.
out now. God, if Ezra can get him down, but he's just such a. Okay, see, here's not a flaw, but vertically, Ezra's challenged.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Boy, if he was the same size as that kid, this thing would be over with. He just gives up a little bit. He's at a disadvantage
Well,
height-wise.
it's an advantage, too, because it's harder to get to his ankles than
Right,
his legs.
exactly. Correct. It's an advantage and a disadvantage at the same time.
Still got control.
Ezra's gone a couple of
There's
times.
3-1. He got the escape.
Ezra's a couple of times gone to that attempt to lift him out of position, and I think the Coopersville guy's just too big for
Too
Ezra
big,
to
yeah.
do
Right,
that.
yeah. Too much body mass for him to try to.
Are you talking about the bear hug?
Yeah. He's going for that, and it's just not enough. There's too much there for Ezra
Yep.
to really get it. But
If he gets behind him,
there you go. There you go. There you
points.
go.
There we go.
Oh, he's gonna get
there
some
we go.
back time.
Lean on him, Ezra. Come on, baby.
then
Got the
another
pin in a
Awesome.
quick. Yeah, he's just tired. Good for Ezra.
Well,
Congratulations,
good for
Ezra.
Ezra for
There you
3
go. There
points.
you go.
This thing's serious.
Yeah, there we
Take a
go.
look at that
There we go.
select
Lean on him,
instant
Ezra.
replay
Come on,
where
baby.
Ezra was able to
Then
just
Got the
another
pin in a
Oh,
quick.
he was
Yeah, he's
wore
just
out.
tired.
That
Yeah.
Coopersville
I
guy
mean,
is
good
tired.
for Ezra. You can see him walking off right there. Kid's tired. Kimmin get a nice shot over there of Ezra talking to the coach there. Nice job, Kimmin. Way to go, buddy. That's why Kimmin's the best in the business. I'll
Yep,
tell
the
you.
nuances of camera work are so
Yeah, oh,
important.
absolutely. The eye in the
And he's
sky.
a great drum player. He
There
told
you
us.
go. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Drums,
right. I saw him
choir,
play. Yeah, choir.
Choir director.
Multi-versatile.
Multi-versatile Kevin Kotis.
Yeah.
I understand he loves the gyros.
The gyros, yes,
The
the gyros.
Well, you get a little sigh and a roll of the eyes. Every
Yeah,
time I
the
say it.
gyros. Yeah.
For many of you that don't know, Impact Media is Kimmin's business. If you guys ever need anything as far as an opportunity to record a some type of a conference or a business meeting or a presentation of some sort, Kim Akotis is your guy. He can come out, he can get that done, get it edited for you, turn it over to you, and it'll be an absolute
do
gem
a
when it's all
wedding,
done.
any type of festivity. Kimmin is there for you. Boy,
again-
Kimmin's got a beautiful historic house, too. Oh, my God, some of the work he's done in his home, he and his wife. Absolutely beautiful on a corner lot, breathtaking. Absolutely breathtaking.
Well, you guys, you older gentlemen, probably have all the property in Greece too, right?
We do
Right.
have, you know.
There's still some land in the family?
Oh, yeah, yeah. My dad's house that he had in his little village is in the family.
You still have
Uh-huh,
it?
yep, still got it.
Now, you was 2 years ago that you
2
went
years
over
ago,
to the
I was in
motherland?
Greece with my daughter Angelina,
The
yep.
motherland.
The motherland, the cradle of democracy.
The
Thank you
air
very
is
much.
fresher in Greece, I heard.
Huh?
The air is fresher.
It's fresher. We handled COVID very nicely.
The water's clearer.
Clear water, the olive oil flows. It literally is the perfect country.
What was it last year? Was there a major earthquake there in the area or something like that you guys just that
survived.
area went through?
Yep. 285-pound weight class, 1 minute into round number one. And the Sailors are struggling at this point.
Looking at a
Potential
pin here.
pin looming for Coopersville. Trying to get leverage and roll the Sailor on his back. Who do we got here, big fella?
I'm right now. I'm thinking Coopersville, unless a miracle.
Yeah, that's what I think too. And he's got him. 1 minute 15 seconds on that pin. It's a big boy though too.
Yeah, we definitely are not close to 285.
No.
Now, is that an option? You have somebody that we were talking earlier. What if you have, and I'm sure that Coach LeMay does not turn people around, right? Or turn them away, rather.
No.
Right.
So let's say you have two wrestlers already in the 145 weight group, but you have a third one that comes in that's interested in wrestling.
Oh, that was a question. Yeah.
Do you have them come in and wrestle up? You can wrestle up to any weight that you
I
want
think
to,
you can
correct?
go 2 weight classes up. So if I weigh 145, I can go to 160.
Okay.
And if not, they'll hold a wrestle off in the middle of the week or whenever they.
To determine who's going to take that weight
Yep.
class? Gotcha.
And it doesn't
Oh,
matter
okay.
if your dad's a doctor, lawyer, whatever.
As it should be.
It-
I mean, the best
it- but
wrestler
it
for that
not
weight
always
class.
is.
Yeah.
And if I beat him in a room, I wrestle that day.
Nice.
It's great.
Oh yeah, mano a mano type situation. We used to have that in football. Hey coach, I want to challenge. We had challenges at Muskegon when Dave Taylor was coaching to see who was going to start. If we had a kid, two kids relatively close. We
And a
challenged
phenom.
on Mondays. The little phenom.
Looking to bounce back.
Yeah.
Still having a very good day.
Yeah, he's a freshman. You said correct.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got a bright future.
Oh,
It says a lot. You got a freshman will be a 4-year varsity wrestler at a
Yeah.
D2 school, wrestling D1.
there you go. There's a
He's gonna have his hands
nope.
full, though,
No,
on
I thought
this
he was going to
one.
be able to take it all the way
Man,
over.
that's-
Well, that was quick.
34 seconds. Yeah, he's going.
You got a little growing pains in this sport.
Well, you do. You're going against an established kid who's been around, and the young man's only a freshman.
Right.
He'll get better. You learn from mistakes. That's the only way you
Right.
learn is from
Growth
mistakes.
is not a comfortable thing.
No, that's a great point.
Growth and comfort are not friends.
I'm still growing.
Very rarely do you win every match. It's part of the game.
Yeah.
Even, you look at the greatest in every sport that you can imagine, and they all have losses. They all
Absolutely.
have, I wouldn't call them failures, but they have, learning experiences. And that is something that makes you great, is to go through that and take those and move forward with them. They become part of you, and lessons and wisdom. And
I think it's more interesting to watch how a young man handles defeat in
Yeah.
wrestling than it is to win.
in everything. It is
Right.
not
Oh, in
just
anything in
wrestling.
life,
I'll
yeah.
tell you what, case in point, we will go through a hiring process for a full-time firefighter. And our part-time firefighters, there might be one position, and there's 6 part-time firefighters that are going to be vying for that.
They all want the job.
They all want the job, and they're all, in a lot of cases, they're all good quality candidates. And when you have to make a decision, what do you do with that information? How do you react to it? I live by, and I tell everybody that the best example to understand is that you are interviewing for your next job promotion every single day you come to work. It is not just when the posting goes up. It's what you've done from the moment you got that news of not getting the job to the next job opening that comes up. And that is a very important lesson, no different than in wrestling.
Right.
No, and with that said, we're at the 145-pound weight class here at the Sailor Quad.
Josiah O'Brien, senior, in a bit of trouble.
Coopersville's bringing up some kids.
Wow.
Shooting for the 3rd pin in a row.
Yeah.
And he gets it. 24 seconds into this match. Shoot.
Boy, that's been the theme.
24 seconds, it's all you get.
Making short work of that.
Man, oh man. Coopersville looks good, buddy, like you said. You said they're an established program.
Coopersville doesn't play around.
No.
Got the junior Jake Mole up at 152.
152, your score is 63 to
No, he
8.
doesn't. I don't know if he has anybody.
He may not have
which
any.
blows my mind.
Yeah.
That's a pretty common weight group, isn't it?
Right.
The 40s, the 60s, 152s,
Right.
in there.
I got to tell you, that's a little surprising.
Yeah.
Well, especially with this Coopersville team that seems to be fairly filled out.
Right.
As far as the number of wrestlers that they have, and
getting pins in 24 seconds.
right.
I mean,
Yeah,
we've
they
had
haven't
3
really
pins
been-
in a row right there. I wonder if Shundar Ricks is still the head coach at Muskegon High School Wrestling. Good friend of mine. He's really has done a nice job in the years that I know when he was head coach. He really cares about his kids, as every coach does.
The experience I've had with Muskegon wrestling is top-notch, first class.
Yeah, that's good.
First class
Yeah.
coaches.
Yep.
They got their kids in line.
They do.
And if you act up, you're going to hear about
Well,
it.
there's consequences, absolutely. Coach Guy, Coach Fairfield, Shundar Ricks. Rick Sugan, my dear friend, is the softball coach there. And it's a struggle year in and year out, but he does just a great and truly cares about the kids. Boy, Coopersville's aggressive, though. I mean,
Right.
they just come out of the gate and they're good to go.
I think this is one of the another younger sailors, maybe a freshman, getting some valuable mat time in.
Oh, yeah.
And I did find out that next week is team districts on Tuesday or Wednesday,
So-
and then individual on Saturday
So the season comes in on Tuesday.
for the team.
Yep, for the team against Grand Haven down there, and then you're in postseason.
The
Yeah.
postseason starts team-wise
Yep.
at Grand Haven, and then
Wow. Where are finals held at?
Ford Field.
Ford Field?
Yep,
Nice.
it's amazing to see
Wow.
that, especially the finals.
Wow.
I would have
that's-
expected, something like a Breslin Center or something like
Yeah.
that. But
In the past, it's been at the Palace.
huh.
Oh.
Down 6-0. We got to make something happen on bottom.
Yeah, Coopersville's been in complete control of this match.
Boy, you're not kidding. At every level, practically. Okay, this match is coming to an end. Period 1 comes to the end. The 135-pound weight class. Coopersville against Mona Shores here at the Sailor Center.
And at the JV, we wrestle 1-minute periods.
Oh, okay.
So instead of 2s, 1s.
One,
Is that
yep.
across the board? Is
Yep,
that
for JV.
okay?
Next Saturday, top 4 wrestlers advance to regionals. And from regionals, the top 4 advance to Ford Field.
Wow.
Nice.
And then once you get to Ford Field, the top 8 are considered all-state.
Is it a reversal?
Oh, okay. Do we have anybody that could potentially go a long ways?
I mean, I'd like to say everybody could definitely go a long
Well,
ways.
I think everybody could, but
You know,
realistically speaking, who's...
I mean, you look at a kid like Jake Mole
I was going to bring up Jake.
and Gavin Stout, who's not here today.
Did you find out anything? He just couldn't make it today, or?
Couldn't make it.
Okay.
Nope.
So that's a warning?
No,
Warning?
you got a point.
What was the point for?
Throwing him down too hard.
Can you throw a player, a wrestler down way too
Just
hard?
did.
Just did, huh? Interesting.
You almost got to set him down.
Oh, really? Yeah. Kind of like in pros, they protect the quarterback so
Right.
much now you can barely touch your quarterbacks anymore.
Moving on to the third period of this match.
Good JV match here. 2-0. Sailors up.
Oh, 7-2. 7-2, and I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah,
Coopersville is up.
7-2. Yep.
Yeah, Coopersville is on the Sailor side of stuff. I
Yes,
believe.
correct.
Which I don't understand that,
I
but
couldn't lead
Yeah.
over farther enough. Yeah, I don't understand that either.
the shorter period, Jay, you really need to get some points here.
Going for a cradle. There, he's
Well,
got it locked.
seriously, you have to speed up what you're going to do
Got
significantly.
it locked.
Don't
There
you?
he goes. Oh, a reversal.
Yep. And you know
Boy,
that's
too bad.
That's going to get better. That he's going to learn how to finish that better.
Is it too much momentum? Is that what it is
Yeah,
when
it
you
looked
get
like
it
it.
in?
And they're going to work on that. What happens at Mona Shores is that during every match, there's a coach somewhere writing down notes on your match.
Oh.
So you will have notes from match 1 to all the way to the state finals, and then you'll be able to read those each week to see what you did wrong and what you need to do to improve.
All right, Coopersville takes that
Interesting.
match.
So then, with that said, does Mona Shores, let's just say hypothetically, Mona Shores is going to go against Big Rapids. Do you know anything about the Big Rapids team? Do they share information or film like they do football, or do you just go in doing what you do all the time in practice?
What's interesting about wrestling is there's a website, trackwrestling.com,
Oh,
and it can give you every stat imaginable that kid has done since high school and the off season, everything. So
okay. And coaches are responsible for putting that information in, I'm
yeah,
assuming?
and kids look at it. I'll tell you that right now. I know for
They
a fact
do. Okay, that's great to know.
And that's good and bad because if you got a kid that's 53-0, guess what? He's good. You don't get to be 53-0 by mistake.
Oh, no, right, yeah.
But then you see a kid that's 12-12. He might have wrestled really good kids.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
wrestled up in his weight class, and now
Right.
all of a sudden he's able to wrestle at his weight class,
Right.
and he could go on a tear.
Right.
Probably from all that experience he got from wrestling up in a weight class.
Right.
£145 weight class. Now this is a varsity match because we had more than 1 minute on there.
Oh?
So they're intermixing is what they're doing right now, right?
No, I think the table might have messed up.
Oh, okay.
We had a kid that made it to regionals last year, and he went in the third round. He went against the kid from Brighton. Well, Brighton's a powerhouse in D1 wrestling, and the kid was 18-12. Well, anywhere around here, he would have been undefeated probably, but he wrestled top.
On that east side.
Yeah, east
Farm
side,
club.
yeah.
Are we a Division I program in wrestling?
Yes, we are.
With the big schools?
Yeah.
Really?
Reese Puffer's D2.
Interesting.
I think football is one of the only sports that we're D2 in. Basketball, where I think we're D1.
Hockey, we're D2.
D2?
Yep. We're not in there with the big screws.
I wonder how much joy the person required to hit the referee takes in being able to hit them with a pool noodle. I mean, I always used to smack my kids with a pool noodle for fun, you know.
We start off, hey, this is all right, but now I want to go home. You know.
The pool noodle responsible person.
Would you know what? Here's what we can do. Let me see if I can pull some strings next wrestling meet and see if you can be a pool noodle guy just for one match.
I'd probably get thrown out because I'm going to
I
go
just
up.
want
I'm
you-
just
we
going
can
to
get you
wind
on
up
sa-
and whack.
Yeah, right, exactly. And it wouldn't be in the back either as he's bending down. Whoop!
The tap girl on our mat is Sammy Hill, who is a sophomore here at Mona Shores. The Hill family.
Josh Hill's
Josh Hill's sister.
Yep.
Well, we keep it all in the family here at Mona Shores, absolutely. 48 seconds counting down period number 2. 145-pound weight class underway.
I'd like to thank all those joining us right now from the Sailor Center, the John Vandervelde the Nexus Realty broadcast booth here at the Wrestling Mona Shores
2-point takedown.
Quad.
Oh, we got a potential pin now if we can just roll him. Come on, baby. Lean on that body. No, he rolled all the way. Oh, he's fighting now. He's fighting. He's got to get that hand out of the way, though, doesn't he?
It's over.
Oh,
He'll get 3 for back points.
yeah.
Like I said, 8-0 in this match for him.
This is where, God, if I just had a few more seconds left.
It's the advantage to be on top or bottom here, Steve.
Well, I think for the Mona Shores kid is I would want to be on top just so I can. I mean, you know, obviously he took it to the next level and is going to get some back points here. But I mean, I've known wrestlers in the past very well that are in no hurry. I'll just milk out that clock. If I'm up 8-0, big deal.
Yeah, right. Like right now, we're up 11-0
Yep.
right now.
But I know Coach LeMay is not a fan of that.
Now, I used to remember they used to flip this like red and green, like little disc.
Oh, that's the
Now, what is that used for?
what that is that you get the choice.
Oh,
You know,
do they
you-
still do that, or is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I haven't seen it done here. Is that a COVID thing, maybe?
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, there's a little pad again. That's it. 3 more points.
17
That
to nothing.
was a great domination there by
Yeah.
our Sailor.
No, that was nice. A shutout right there.
Yeah, that was a good match right there. I tell you, and that did we determine that was another JV? Is that correct?
Yeah.
So you look at it from that standpoint, the future, at least the brief future that we have, it's still looking pretty well. It's just a matter of getting a few more people to fill in some of those other open weight slots.
Okay.
And
This is a varsity match.
No, I think I misspoke. The first period will be 2 minutes, and then the rest will be 1.
Oh,
That's my
okay.
fault.
All right. I'm sorry then. So this is a 171-pound weight class. So this is all JV right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I believe that was error number 2 on Steve. Okay, Joe.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
just for the
we'll
record.
give him partial points only because of the fact he corrected
but it's still error
corrected
number
it.
2. He gets points, but it's still a mistake.
Joe,
Can't-
when you've been top of your profession for 42 years now.
This will be
You
your
have a
42
high
segment.
expectations.
Yeah,
High
Yeah,
expectations.
you know, and-
high.
Well, the demands are high. I mean, our demands on Sailor Nation Sports are high. The people expect the best.
Oh, not looking good for.
Oh, no. How far out of bounds can he go with that in a situation? Or is that at the discretion of the
I think
official
it's
depending on
discretion.
the
I
move?
mean,
Okay.
that to me it seemed like they could have kept it going, but for Emilio's sake, it's a good move that they stopped it.
Yeah.
With regards to the out of bounds, is that obviously for a safety perspective, or there's no points associated with out of bounds
No.
or anything like that?
No,
You know how you were talking about my Greek heritage? I believe there's an Olympic sport that starts out with the Greco-Roman. Greco being, need I say more?
yeah,
Greek and Roman, we're
we
there.
don't. I don't think we give the Greek people enough credit in
I
this
don't
society.
think so
I really
either.
don't. I
I
mean,
mean, we are.
they make a great gyro.
Yes, they do. Yeah, that gyro's awfully
Yeah, the
good.
gyros are delicious.
Yeah, at that gyro place out on Apple Avenue, the Payata.
I've had some of my best gyros in the freezer at Myers, and you throw them in the microwave. They're just as good as I think you get in Greece.
Wow. That's a smack right there. Nick right now is rubbing his face out of.
Well, we got here at 8:30 and it's
disgust.
12:30 right now. Okay. And we'll hang around a little bit longer, then we'll just kick it in. Yeah, oh yeah. Uh-oh, yeah. There's Noodle Girl right there. What? As he runs out of bounds. 2-0.
Well, you get your exercise in running from that scorer's table
Right.
out to get to the referee to
Yeah.
hit him with a pool noodle.
Yeah, the pool noodle. Oh, we're getting punchy, Joe. Getting real punchy here.
You guys' day just started.
I know.
You guys got 8 more hours of cheer.
Yes, we do.
2-0 in this match. We are in the second period.
The
45 seconds left.
171-pound weight class.
Sailors working from behind here by 2 points.
It's only Emilio's second year wrestling.
How much growth is there, from the first year to the second year, Steve, that you see in some of these kids?
I think it even goes further. From day one to the end of the year, you'll notice a major improvement in these kids. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Joe, how long, Steve, how long does practice last during the school year? Then you start at 3, 3:15, 3:30 till what, about 5?
Coach LeMay will, as the season goes on, he'll start cutting 5 minutes, 10 minutes off of practice.
Sure.
Just because the wear and tear is so great.
And then, what does a typical practice look like from beginning of the season till as you go on?
Well, with Coach LeMay, he'll do his conditioning, and then he'll drill, situational drills, and then he'll do live wrestling. Whether it's you put 20 seconds on the clock, 30 seconds on the clock.
Oh, okay. Then, with the multiple rings in the practice facility, so all the kids are doing the same drill at the same time as they pair up.
Correct.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's great to know. Because I'm working on some defensive practice plans for football right now, and I'm trying to break up my time slots.
Right.
And that's why I asked, how can I get the most out of the time that, has been allotted to me? The one thing I want to do differently is I'm going to show film every day. 15, 20 minutes of what we're going to see from their offense and what we're going to see from their defense. That's all I need, specific plays. Tool. I'm going to break down plays so we can see it and utilize my time better, providing I can use a film every day.
Right. Well, that's when you have 43 years of experience. There's
Well,
not a
one
whole
more
lot of
thing.
offenses that you haven't seen
Well, this is true.
or haven't stopped.
Yeah, there's been some. The wing team still struggle.
Yeah.
I struggle with that one. Oh, we got a little action going here.
Is that a matter of, as a wrestler, I always think of this, and I've been watching these go.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, he doesn't get the pin. Woo! He rode out the time.
Do you take advantage of momentum? Like when you're sitting there and you're locked up with somebody and they're really trying to pull you a certain way,
The Broncos
do you
take
strategically use that momentum against them?
Absolutely.
You work at that.
And you'll slip. You're both sweaty. You slip.
Sure.
I think that's what happened with Emilio. He kind of lost his grip for a second, and that's all it takes for it to end up on your back.
You look at the resurgence now of the Reese Puffer program under Matt Brink. He brings a lot of knowledge as well, having wrestled at Michigan, doesn't he?
Oh, he does
Guys,
too.
say hi to Kimmin down there. He's looking up here
There's
at the
Kimmin. Say
John
hi to
Vanderbilt,
Kimmin, the best in
Nexus
the
Realty
business right here.
broadcast booth.
Like I
David,
said,
great job, buddy. Thank you
Reese
so much.
Puffer's youth program is
Is
just
big.
yeah.
Now, is that under the guidance of the varsity coach as well?
You know, I think I think a little bit. I think the varsity coach has a little. I mean, he doesn't participate in the practices, but I think he gives direction of what he
Kind of
wants.
like an overseer of it.
Yeah, what he wants to work on.
Well, we've come to the end.
Yes, we have. We've come to the end of the wrestling match, but certainly not the end of our day.
No.
We're going to be shutting down our broadcast for a very short time and bringing it back up around 3 p.m. for the Mona Shores Invitational Competitive Cheer competition right here at the Sailor Center. They're in the process right now of breaking down the wrestling mats, and they'll replace that with the competitive cheer match. I'm not sure how many teams are going to be joining us in that invitational. I know usually it's quite a few, but you and
I hope it's like 24.
Do you know?
Yeah, I really do.
I bet you do. Yep. Well, the
more
batteries,
the merrier,
the batteries in the
we
camera only go so long. So, I mean, they only go that long. So.
Yeah, that's right. So, well, we're going to wrap it up right here. Some final thoughts. Steve, we're going to let you know what, Joe, you first. Final thoughts?
Honestly, I love to see it's never you want to win them all. You always want to, but you don't necessarily do that. And honestly, with this group, you see a lot of growth. And for Coach LeMay and the rest of the team, growth is the most important thing right now. Establishing a continued growth program, the wins will come after that, and that's where the progress will really show through. But this was a great opportunity. This was a great wrestle. There's a lot of great individual meets, matches, and I can't wait to see more in the future.
Yep. Well, my friend, as always, Joe and I and Kimmin, we can't thank you enough. You just, it's delightful to have you here. Your insight is great as always.
It's this is an amazing sport, and I can't get enough of it. And we do have a special guest coming up. Coach LeMay is going to do a quick interview.
All right. Well, you know what?
He's right here.
I'm going to give up my mic a minute.
Yeah. We'll have him sit down.
Coach
right there.
LeMay, come here a minute, buddy.
We'll make a little room here for you. Sit down, and looking forward to once again, ladies and gentlemen, Coach LeMay, I'm glad you were able to get up here. We were getting ready to sign off. We didn't know if we were going to get you, but fantastic that you were able to make it up here. Welcome.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
We were just talking, it's not always about the wins. It's about how much development you see in your team. And from our perspective, one of the things that Steve pointed out right away is that there is no quit in each one of these individual wrestlers. And you can see it in each one of these matches going all the way through. That's got to be something you're pretty proud of.
Absolutely, and that's what we promote, is just going after it, giving it your all at all times on the mat. I always say to the kids, attack, be physical, be aggressive. Because like you said, you're not going to win them all. Even at every single level, you can potentially lose to anyone. Right. There's state champs out there, there's national champs out there, so on and so forth. So if you go after them and you give it all you got, then there's nothing to hang your head out. And we obviously didn't get a ton of victories, and we're a small team, but what we have is just heart, and these guys got behind each other. I don't know if you guys had the last match on, but they were just going absolutely crazy for their teammates who are freshmen, JV guys, and they're just behind each other, which is probably my favorite part of this team.
Yeah, and there's a lot of excitement. You can definitely feel the excitement in this building, in the sport, in this team. But you have a lot of open weight classes that kind of always hurt you as far as the overall match goes.
Yeah.
We were talking about it, how uniquely difficult it probably is for you to recruit wrestlers, because it's like baseball or football or basketball. You can put somebody of only any size almost anywhere as long as they develop the skills to do that. You have to find people that literally are certain sizes, which it's got to be difficult for you. How do you do that? How do you go about doing that?
Joe, if I had the answer, you could tell me. No, in actuality, that's part of what I love about this sport. You can be 100 pounds and be on a varsity athlete and have a varsity award and be really successful, or you can be 270 pounds and do the same thing. So, I mean, it's just about finding the right kids. I think there's a it's tough, and I don't want to generalize a generation, but this is a really, really difficult sport. I'm not selling myself right now.
It's not for everybody.
It's not for everyone, but all I ask is that we get some kids that try it, because I don't know if you guys got Eric Gould. He is a freshman lineman on the football team, and he had a really tough time at the beginning. Now he loves it. He's found some success. It's just a matter of sticking it out. So you got to find the right kids, but more importantly, it's kind of a numbers game in the sense that if I start off with 50, maybe I keep 35 around, I'm the happiest person in the world.
Yeah. So from a motivational standpoint and development, really, we were talking about how many lessons that you learn, not just from a physical or competition standpoint, but mental lessons. Steve is very articulate from his time that he spent with, Robbie doing wrestling, and now Robbie's coaching. What are some of the most important lessons that people are taking out of wrestling?
Well, first, I'm upset that I missed that because I was coaching, because I've never seen Steve very articulate about anything. But
there's a side of me that you're not aware of.
Oh, okay. I miss you. I do that. No, but all jokes aside, the lessons are, it's only you and another guy on the mat.
Yep.
It's hard.
In other sports, I can blame my quarterback, I can blame my goalkeeper, I can blame my shortstop, whatever it might be, but ultimately, whatever work you put out there and whatever effort you're going to give is totally on display.
Yeah,
it is
very true.
And you can't blame anyone. It's very much a team sport in some ways. Obviously, for us, it's more individual, but it's a team sport with individual efforts. That's the way I like to describe it.
I would imagine most of the support comes during practices and supports during the competitions as well, but when you're pushing somebody in practice to, you're in the weight room and get a little bit more out of it, or you're doing your cardio and you're getting a little bit more out of it, or whatever it may be, that's where that team concept comes from. But you're absolutely right. It is very much a one-on-one competition when you're out there on the mat.
But practice is where you get better.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're only as good as your practice partner. And what I try and promote, and this might sound a little funny, but is for it to be a war against your teammate. I mean, you're literally taking your forearm and punching them in the face. And again, not promoting myself,
we discussed that a couple times.
Literally, it's a street fight with rules, and that's at least what I like to think of it as. That's the way I wrestled. That's the style that I promote. So in those practices, you're only going to get better if your opponent's going 100% against you, and that's what we've had this year. We literally have 16 guys on the team, 8 of which are freshmen. So half the team is all freshmen. We're losing 2 great seniors. We're going to miss them tremendously, but the future is bright, but we got to win that numbers game.
Sure. Beyond those freshmen in the middle school, and we talked about how COVID has probably really hit hard in the youth programs for you. What does the future look like as far as the middle school coming up?
Well, the cool thing that we got going is last year we had 35 or 40 youth wrestlers. So that's huge.
That's great.
That's where you start, for sure. We have 35 or 40 youth wrestlers. Middle school is still struggling with numbers, but we've got Jack Numador in there as the athletic director and assistant principal, who is a great head coach himself for this sport. So we're helping, with his promotion, working a lot with Matt Koziak to try and get some of those bigger guys out. It's such a good sport for football players.
Sure.
So
talked about that too.
Heck, the future is bright, but we're still working. So it's just like I say to these kids, got to keep working. So that's what we're doing.
And you talk about it, from a standpoint of developing a culture within wrestling. And
yes.
You 4 years here now, is it?
This is my 5th year.
5th year, okay.
Yep.
Really, it's still early. Honestly, you've only this is really your first. You could have had when you first started. Freshmen, those guys are the first ones that are actually gone now.
And Robbie Swanker was one of those guys, Anthony Allen, Gabe Jensen. What a group. So I saw them grow into tremendous athletes and tremendous people. But you're right, it's a new culture. Not knocking what was going on in the past, but I coached at Grand Haven, so I would coach against Mona Shores, and it kind of was like a ragtag team where nobody was wearing the same stuff. They didn't cheer for each other. There was not a real team atmosphere, and that's okay. They had some good individuals, but that's something that I hope I changed, and I think I have.
I from what I can tell, obviously, this being your 5th year, I was super impressed not only with what I was hearing as far as your passion and involvement with the wrestling team.
Mm-hmm.
But you immediately were right in with the football team, and you're helping out with all these other different things. And you jumped in and did an interview with us early on in your first, I think it was, well, no, it was your
Yeah.
second year,
Yep,
I think it was.
yep.
You jumped in and did an interview, and you've been supportive of us
Yeah.
as well. So
Yep. I love
honestly,
Shores.
That
That's-
culture goes
that's where I'm
beyond
at.
just wrestling.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a school thing.
And that's
So,
why, I mean, I was just about to say, I love Shores because of that. Everyone gets behind each other
Yeah.
and works together. I mean, you got the Bards doing the football field, and then
Yep.
they come into springtime, and everyone's supporting them for baseball. And Koziak let me speak at their fall meeting this year because he wants to promote wrestling to his
How did that
team,
go?
and it went really well. I mean, I'm a fast talker, so I don't know if they got everything, but I'm trying to slow
But
down.
you're out
Steve.
there now,
I'm out there.
especially for the 8th graders.
Yes, it was 7th or 6th through 12th.
Well, the 8th graders will be
Yeah.
here next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm out there.
in the thick of it. Yep, absolutely. Steve,
Yep.
any questions you got for him?
No, I love the fact that, and I've heard him say it 100 times, it's a street fight with rules. And that's what it is. And I think what these kids take away from it later in their lives is worth just as much or more. than the
Life is
brief
a
time.
street fight without rules sometimes.
That's where I go. Because one of the things I talk about, I just did the other day, is whether you want the perfect job, whether you're chasing a girl, whether you're chasing a job, like I said, a job, money, success, fame, whatever it might be that you are passionate about, you got to work for it.
Yep,
And you're not always going to get it, but you got to work and you got dreams and go after them, go after them, go after them. And I just kind of represent that with wrestling in the sense that if you want something bad enough, you go after it and maybe you achieve it. Maybe you became a better person as a result of doing that. And that's what I talk to the seniors about.
Well, I think, Joe asked, he said, well, you notice a difference between their first year and fourth year. And I said, difference? Well, we go from day one of wrestling to the end of the year. You notice such a difference in what a kid can do. And
Yeah,
his
it's all
attitude.
about improvement. It's
Yeah.
all about improvement. I think of Anthony Allen probably as the best example of that. He was 90 pounds soaking wet his freshman year. And
Never wrestled before.
Never wrestled before. He had all the intentions of the world of wrestling, but he heard that preseason was really hard, so he tried out for basketball.
Right.
Just so he'd miss the preseason. Anyway,
Right.
long story short, he was one match away from going to the state tournament. So, yes, growth is possible and very, very attainable. And I think that's going to happen with Eric Gould. To single one kid out, which I typically don't do.
Right, I don't like to mention names either.
But that kid is his
We mentioned
work
his
and
name
getting
quite a
better,
bit.
and it's funny just because he's a football player, but it's one example of someone that I think could get way better, just like an Anthony Allen.
The important question, last thing I'll ask is, how do you think you did off your back today?
We fought off her back well.
Okay.
Real well.
Because I had mentioned that I thought you'd be pleased with today's effort.
Absolutely. Anthony Cage, that's a freshman to look out for. Holy smokes.
I call him the Phenom.
He fought off his back like crazy. He's a talented kid, really funny, great kid that could be special.
So no Thunderstruck Monday?
No Thunderstruck.
Good.
No. The theme this year is Hammer Time. I don't know if you guys got to talk about that, but that's just about being physical and aggressive. And I will announce the official Hammer Time award for today goes to Ezra Purple.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, what a fantastic couple of set of matches that he did. It was, I'll tell you what, it was fun, especially that last one where he got that quick switch and he finally got the pin on that one.
Yep.
We got a good instant replay on that.
Good.
He had
good.
a great day today.
Throw that B-roll up.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, nice.
Well, Coach LeMay, I thanks for coming up and taking your time. I know you host this, so there's a lot of other things that are going on, but for you to come up and take the time.
No,
to come
my
and talk
pleasure.
To us
Thank you for doing this.
Yeah,
'cause I've got people at home that are going to watch the recording, and it means a lot to us and the kids. And whether we got 10 people or 50 people watching, it means a lot that you guys.
Had a nice
here.
crowd today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's Coach Patrick LeMay, the varsity wrestling coach, varsity JV wrestling coach, really kind of all
Yeah, we
together
kind of
here.
do it all.
So thank you very much.
Yep.
I appreciate it. And we're going to sign off. We're going to get ready to kind of switch things up, get ourselves in position for competitive cheer here in about 2 hours. And until then, go get something to eat, get something to drink, get yourself all settled in, and we'll see you for the next competition.
Good luck, ladies. Go Shores.
This is Sailor Nation Sports Network. you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.